Welcome, good day, everyone. We are holding this space on Manipur. We will discuss the violence currently in Manipur and we'll try to find out the causes for that violence and the solutions. Uh, IC will be co hosting the space with me. IC, I have sent you a co host request if you want to accept it. Right. I will get a few speakers up first. I've got a couple already. We will keep adding more speakers as we move forward in the conversation. And we will also take questions as well. Welcome, Vladimir, and welcome, Nabakishore.
Thank you. Can you please bring NCBG up? Paul Cole is his secondary account, so we can
Right.
start the conversation right now.
Awesome.
So yeah,
I'll
NCBG
NCB
can.
if you I can't see find you. If you want to send a request,
It's hashtag Paul Cole. It's his
No, I can
secondary
see it.
account.
I
His
can see it.
primary account has
I'm
been
inviting
limited.
him.
Yeah.
I'm
okay,
inviting him.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I found him. Yeah, okay, Paul call. Yeah, okay, I'll send him a request.
Can people hear me properly? Otherwise, I'll change my headset. Not you, troll. You can always hear me.
Yeah,
Okay. What people on Androids, they can't hear me on this headset properly.
yeah,
Achha,
I
the
think
first preference will be given to the people from Manipur region. So that is the first preference, right? So if we are not accepting your request, so please try to understand. We want more people from that region to speak, and then later on we'll open it for the larger platform.
sure. All right. Now let's say I will give one more. I think I'll invite Manipur talks as well. Right. Uh, right. Okay. So I have given you invite Manipur talks if you want to come up as well, please. Right. Okay, Vladimir. Okay, I want to start this for everyone's benefit because this is a recorded space. This will go on to other platforms as well. So, I want to start off from the basics about Manipur. Manipur being one of the states in northeast of India. Vladimir or Nabokeshwar, if one of you want to tell me a little bit about its history and its association with India post-independence and pre-independence, and also the demography. If we talk about the tribal demography there, about the Meitei and the Kuki tribe, if any one of you want to shed some light on that, thank you.
Sure. How can I address you basically because
You can call me Indian.
Indian? Okay. So, thank you very much for this initiative for the space, and also I uh, uh, give my namaste to everyone here, the host, co-host, the fellow speaker, as well as the listener, whoever joined in this space. Uh, Manipur is a very long history and maybe a state which has annexed the last in the Republic of India, and it shares an international boundary with Myanmar, which has a full expose of 395 kilometer. The only recent out of the 395 kilometer, 10 kilometer have been fenced. And still there is a dispute about the boundary with the Myanmar. and that's why the progress was also very slow. And undoubtedly, we can say that the Manipur, although it was annexed to the Republic of India in 1949, however, the statehood had been given in 1972 after a long period, and in fact, it was completely neglected. In fact, the I think the human living the kind of the lives of a human, I think it's more kind of non bothers if 10 or 20 odd people die in one fine evening or one fine night. So that kind of a place which Manipur, and there were regular conflict with the underground outfit groups for many decades, and then there were a kind of untrust with the central security forces. These are the history. These are the all kind of the pains which the the people over there have for the many decades. And coming down to the point that about the just a quick history about the people over there. So we all know there are three main ethnic community. The largest is the Meitei, who has 15 around 15 lakhs population uh, at this point of time. If we, though the census was not done in 2021, so if we refer 2021 2011, so it's around 15 lakhs is the Meitei population, and Naga is about 7 lakhs. 20 years back, the Kuki could be around 5 lakhs, but in this past 20 years, the illegal migrants have been poured into the state, and as per our statistics, it has it says that it is around 9 lakhs, which has already surpassed the population of Naga, though it's unofficial. We can't say this is as official, but if the census happens or the NRC happens, we'll come to know. And when I speak to one of my Naga leader friend informally, I had a discussion recently, and he also give the same opinion. Yes, due to these illegal migrants, the population of Kuki have surpassed their Naga population. Now, in the Naga, there are main three leading tribes who is in Manipur. They are Tangkhul, then uh, Kabui, and the Jalerong is again the Kabui Rongmei, all these groups. So mainly the Tangkhul in the very major. Now, when it comes about the indigenous, basically son of the soil, then it is the Naga and the Meitei. And as per the mythology, it says that both is to live in the hill, and in the valley used to be covered by full of water due to one of the earthquake, and in fact in the ancient time, the due to the shift of the tectonic plate, the water actually went out, and then there's a valley formed, and one group came down, and they are the Meitei. And Meitei king has ruled there for many years, and one of the manuscript of Meitei, which is called Wakoklon, as per the National Archives of Delhi, it proves that that's almost 3,400 years back. Meitei, it can be dated. The Meitei have been ruling this geographical, and in fact, it was much larger than what we have Manipur. Okay, now the
And Navkesh, what
I'm coming
area
to the
would
point
that
very
be?
quickly,
Yeah.
very quickly, very quickly. I'm coming to the point. So this is about the Naga, and this is about the Meitei. Now, the third element, which is the Kuki. The Kuki, as per the history, we trace that it's the 1740. 1740 AD. The Kuki first batch they have entered to Manipur. A very few. And during the British time, they brought these cookies for some purpose, and slowly the population have been increased. And today they have already surpassed the Naga population, and we can clearly see that it is becoming a threat to the indigenous community in both Naga as well as Meitei. With the Naga, they have already fought in 1992-93, where another kind of a big scale of violence happened. Maybe that time the digital media was not there, and maybe people were not so much aware of this remotest place of this country. And in 2023, the same story with Meitei they have started. But this time it is more dangerous. The cookie is more powerful. They're more richer. They have a lots of bureaucrats, not only in the state of Manipur, even they will find in parliament, in PMO office, in Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. We Meitei want to get an appointment with Sri uh, Arjun Mundaji for several months. Even till now, we didn't get appointment. But for them, it is a minute. It is a minute to get an appointment. If they want to meet Amit Shah, it is a matter of maybe a few weeks. But for a Meitei, it takes time, because that kind of they have made the nexus, so that they have planned this. The only thing is that they could not enter in this space in India is the Supreme Court. I think they have no advocate there. They have no any lawyer there. Okay, but getting with the ST quota, scheduled tribe quota, they have entered.
Navkishore, we are
Yeah,
going too far. I
yeah,
just want to stick at the moment
yeah,
to the historical aspect.
yeah,
We have come too far.
yeah,
So if I pull you back there, uh,
yeah.
if I talk about the historical aspect, so I just want to ascertain that the Manipur land, as you said, it was geographically bigger and larger under the Meitei tribe pre-independence. Uh,
Yes,
so what if you know what areas would that cover? And
yes.
what was the tribal and religious composition, let's say, before the British arrived?
Yeah. Before the British arrived, as I already mentioned, it is the Meitei who are predominantly okay. The boundary was, it is on the Bangladesh side. It is till the Surma Valley, that as per the history, and there in the Chinduin River, and all these things were there. And during that British period, the Manipur king had a treaty with Burma. At that time, the Kabo Valley have been surrendered to the Burmese. So this is the kind of history. Now, the genesis of this violence. Let me come to the directly to the point. The genesis of Manipur violence 2023. So the Chin cookie, it's not only the cookie. And one more interesting thing, the cookie have many sub-tribes, but the thing is that they all speak more or less the same language. That's the cookie language. Okay. However, in Naga's case, it is very different. They have a different dialects. They have different dialects, and even from one hill to another hill they have different. But cookie is very unlike. Okay, so the bigger cookie family is, they claim that Chin, Cookie, Jaw, Mizo. Okay, Chin, Cookie, Jaw, Mizo. These are the four, the major their family. Now, the genesis of Manipur violence. So they had a bigger dream of called their uh, they call also the Jomi land, or they have called this in short Cookie land. Okay, so they have a dream to make their own country comprised of these four family, and this Cookie land is basically they pick up some of them from the Bangladesh, some from Myanmar, and some, of course, the Mizoram is included there, and part of Manipur. So this is their a dream to realize their own country called Kukiland. Now, the 3rd of May, the 3rd of May is a well planned. It is not one of incident. It's a well planned to achieve their first milestone by eliminating the Meitei inhabitants in their dominant areas. The first is a Churachandpur, which now even they're named as a Lamka. So the Meitei who are there in the Churachandpur, they basically forcefully through this systematic they want to vacate that, and so that even today we have the evidence, it has come in the newspaper that among their two groups they are want to dominate the Meitei villages who is already abandoned, and they have even among their groups they are fighting to dominate, because such is the kind of their mentality. Now there is a there is a now coming to this, the militants group who are under suspense of operation, which is done in the time of UPA government in August 2008, and the main signatory, who is a T. Guite, is a chairman, and he is actually a Myanmar in nation as a nationality. Okay, as a nationality, he is a Myanmarese, and this record is available in the even in the internet openly. You just search about this chairman T. Guite, you'll find his the citizenship document clarified by the government of India that he entered Manipur in 1995, and after that he took this the Indian the citizenship. I don't know how come, and he is heading this the Sioux militant group, and he signed and he was a elected member of parliament in Myanmar government before. Okay, so how come the government of India can do such blunders? Okay, it's a threat to the national security. So it's more ignorance from the government side. So today they have money due to their the drug, the cartels, and they have a militants power, and they thought that they can realize first their separate administration. Okay, and they chose the 3rd of May with the pretext that they are uh, doing a solidarity march against the scheduled tribe demand of meeting. Now the incident, if we see on the 3rd of May, the first their solidarity march started. That was in fact in the More before Churachandpur. That was 9 9:24 a.m. Okay, and they started in Churachandpur around 11 a.m. And the first violence which they have uh, uh, indulged was the burning the uh, forest bid office and some other government office. Now, if you see another angle, the government of Manipur, under the leadership of Biren, he also started the eviction action. Those illegal migrants, they have started occupying the lands wherever it is possible. So they have encroached reserve forest area, protected forest area, and the government of Manipur under the leadership of Biren, he initiated this eviction drive. Now, so they have an anger or upset, serious upset over this the forest officials. That's why maybe the reason they first burned the forest bid officer. Okay, if if they are showing that solidarity march against the ST, they could not have definitely burned the forest bid officer. Maybe they could have burned or destroyed other government properties. Then why they have targeted first the forest bid officer? So definitely they are upset for the burning of their poppy farms, and eviction drive against this the land where they're supposed not to be. Okay, so we have all this data. Now what they are doing today is that they are showing their muscle power, with the kind of their militant support from the Sioux, which, as per the government, they say that since this is a Sioux suspense of operation, so Assam Rifle cannot take action against them. I mean, it's a very, very funny logic. They say that, I mean, it's an interpretation that they cannot really take action against this, the militants who are under Sioux, because then if they violated, then why they have not taken that action? And then second is their money power. In the very beginning, the initial phases, they have influenced all the media houses nationally, locally, regional. The mainly the Guwahati based some of the media houses, and also the national level. I mean, it's more that they probably hire the media manager, and through this media manager, they're influencing. I'm not saying that they have directly maybe influenced the media houses, but through a media manager, influential media manager, and they have started giving the false propaganda, so that they create an image that what they are doing is the right and Meitei is the puppet, which is the completely opposite. Now, how do we stop this violence? It is the government has to take action against these Sioux militants. Basically, this militants has to be there should not be any more Sioux, and they have to be treated as it is as a militant. Either they surrender, if not, their camp should be destroyed. So there should not be any other option left, because they have gone beyond what is there supposed to be. Okay, then the national highway number 2,
Yes,
NH2 is,
Navkishore. We are moving too deep.
yeah,
Uh, I will come back on that.
okay, okay.
But I want to uh, just probe the historical aspect, because the genesis of this problem, I believe, it lies in the historical aspect, and that's where if we get a grip of that, then all the listeners and who are going to listen to this later, they can actually dissect that where the problem has begun.
I think,
So,
see, you want, can I interrupt?
yeah, I see. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday I was in a space where somebody was talking about 1920s survey map of British survey map and the tribes distribution based on that map. If you have knowledge of that, or if somebody could throw a light on it, because that becomes our starting point where a proper survey was done.
uh,
Just a
uh
second, Navkishore,
yeah,
before you go ahead.
yeah.
In the audience, if anyone is from represents the cookie side, if they want to come up, I'll give them a mic. If any leadership from cookie side is there, I'll give you a mic as well. So if you request, I will approve your mic. Yes, please go ahead, Navkishore.
Yeah. So the British did um, a tribal census drive. So far, I know it was in 1936, and in that 1936 census, the Métis were considered as a forest tribe. Okay. Now, when we talk about the Kuki, whether they are as a tribal or not tribal, okay, the first and foremost, they are not indigenous, because they are not son of the soil. They are basically an immigrant. Okay, and we are not denying that an immigrant cannot live there. An immigrant can definitely live, but they should live as an immigrant. They have to respect the culture. They have to respect the values of the place where they live. Rather, they should not overcome. Rather, they should not influence. So the whole this demographic shift, because they want to create their own space. They want to destroy the place, like a place called Churachandpur. Why this name Churachandpur? Because there was a king called Churachan, Maharaj Churachan, okay, who gave this area, the called Churachandpur, to the Kuki immigrants for settling down there. Okay, and today they are revolting from that Churachandpur, and now they want to erase, eliminate the name of Churachandpur, and putting that as a lamka. Okay, so that is the kind of that intention and the attitude. And the bigger problem is whoever they are, the scholars, the intellectual or the political leaders, they are welcoming these illegal migrants openly. They are welcoming the illegal migrants openly. Come and settle here, and we are there to support you. Okay, so this is a serious threat to the origin aborigine people in Manipur, and that's the reason why they fought with Naga, because it was a clash in the hills. Okay, and now why they are fighting with the Meitei? Because they want they want the Meitei to be eliminated from the place where they dominate, like Kangpokpi, Churachandpur, so that they can claim, they can fabricate that they're, they are unsafe in the hand of Meitei, so they want a separate, their own separate administration. So this is the kind of their propaganda, and for that they have initiated this violence. Okay, now as per the scheduled tribe status allocation, the Kuki terminology as a Kuki tribe is used only in Assam, only in Meghalaya, only in Nagaland, only in Mizoram, only these 4 states. There is no Kuki tribe as a Kuki, as a scheduled tribe status, as a Kuki. It is not in Manipur. It is given as their sub tribes. Okay, this is another interesting aspect. And there were some Kuki sub tribe early settlers were there. They are again also among them, they have a conflict. They are saying that you are supposed not to be part of it, kind of. There is another lots of things are there inside, but moreover today they are very much united. They are very much united. And another angle, they also say that they are one of the lost tribe of Jewish, the Bnei Manasseh. Okay, some years back, with the leadership of W.L. Hang Sing, who is the current General Secretary of Kuki People's Alliance. The Kuki People's Alliance is one of the political party of Kuki, where 2 of their MLA is currently there in Manipur government. So they have sent 4,000 people from India to Israel as a kind of homecoming. And among these 4,000, 3,000 are from Manipur and 1,000 are from Mizoram. Of course, the Israel government later on they have stopped this the immigration process. Okay, so you do this Wikipedia search, Bnei Manasseh in India, you will find in the Wikipedia page where they include almost all the tribe like Mar, Gangte, Paite, all these things. They claim that they are part of this Bnei Manasseh lost tribe. It's more like they are opportunist. Wherever they think that they will be get benefited, they will pretend that. And it's the story does not stop there itself. In Tripura, it's more the border of Assam and Tripura. I can clearly indicate one community called Chore, Chorei. Chore is a tribal community with a very small in number. This Chin Kuki, they have influenced them, this Chore community. Oh, brothers, you are also part of our Chin Kuki community and please join with us this Joe revolution for this dream of Kuki land, so and so. So this is the kind of threat to India, and their dream is to make this Kuki land. So because of all this, definitely there is a conflict. There's a conflict of interest. There is the indigenous group of people in Manipur, be it Miti, be it Naga, they see that they are the kind of going to be a threat to the indigenous. So that's why there was a mistrust. There was a kind of the scary things that anytime this will happen. And today that was happened. Now the violence have gone to such a deep. Okay, now we don't know how long this violence will go. It's more like a civil war. Okay, so how do we stop? How do we stop? It is ultimately, I mentioned that the Sioux militants has to be controlled by the government, and NH2 National Highway, the blockade, it's more what they did, the Gundagardi, the Jungle Raj. Whenever they want to block, they are blocking. Why the government is not taking enough measure to unblock? It's very difficult. There are only two national highway to reach Imphal. One is this NH2, which is passes through the Kohima, I mean through Naga via Nagaland, and then it reach this Kangpokpi area and reach the Imphal. Okay, that is more convenient. And another is the National Highway 37, which pass through Assam, Meghalaya, which pass through Meghalaya, then Assam, and via this Jiri. The terrain is the highway stretch is too dangerous in the monsoon, and today all these transportation vehicles are moving only through this NH37, and any kind of landslide anytime happen, and then if it is, then it will be blocked. Okay, so basically the connectivity of Imphal or the Manipur to the mainland is very critical, and this NH2 has to be opened, and now they have opened on the condition. Okay, now these Sioux militants, the leaders of the Sioux militants, they have now, I think, meeting with the Union Home Minister. I don't know what kind of discussion they are doing. Okay, now this is the overall the situation, the genesis of the conflict. It is the group of community who came from outside, and they want to overpower, they want to grab land, and the indigenous community is resisting. So I think this is the genesis. Now I offer to you, so let any other speaker who want to contribute, please let them contribute. Thank you.
Sure. Again, if in listeners, if there is anyone representing the cookie side, I would ask them to come up so we can hear their side as well. I request again, if anyone from cookie side is there, please come up so we can hear the other side as well. Right. I see. You got any question?
Uh, yeah, my questions are more deeper in nature, considering I want to understand that when the cookies were originally there, what religion did they follow? The majority of them are now Christians. And what did they follow, and how did Christianity come in? And why did it majority target them only? So, if somebody could put some light on it.
Uh, shall I answer on this, or let other speaker answer on this?
Now, you definitely can.
Yeah. So, what religion they could be following, and who are exactly cookie? So, if you do a good research, their origin is still not very clear. No anthropologist, they still could not confirm it, but they suspect that they have come out from either from the Malay province, and another this side of Chittagong Arakan, this belt. Okay, but mostly they are coming from the Malay province, Malay peninsula. Okay, this is what how they have come from there. About the religion, it is basically, I believe that most of the tribes, they believe on the animistic, probably, like even the Métis were also following animistic religion. It's only the 1704 or 1715, there's the transition period where the Métis became the Hindu. So before that, Métis also worshipping as a the hills or the rivers or the it's an animistic religion. So I'm sure they must be also follower of animistic, as well as the Naga is also. So any tribal, mostly they follow this animistic the beliefs. Okay. Now the coming to the Christianity, it is more when the British came down to India. So definitely they have influenced, and um, they have educated them. They have created this. So What exactly when, that I don't have the data. But in broadly, who are they? It is more the history or the data says that they are originate from Malay Peninsula, and they were actually distributed, some in the Sagang Hills of Myanmar, okay, and this side is the Arakan Trek and the Lusai Hills, the Mizoram, this hills bordering towards the Bangladesh side, is the Lusai Hill Trek. So pre, uh, I mean, dominantly they have probably evolved from this, but uh, as per the British political agents like Sir Johnstone or William McCulloch, they say that uh, these people are very kind of the barbaric nature, okay, and they're kind of a nomadic, and uh, they're very aggressive in nature, okay. So this is what I get as an inference from the readings of many this thing from this cookie. Now, why majority is targeting? It is because of their nature. It is because of the nature, because they want to always overpower the other, okay. So that's why the one of the political agent, Sir
I'll have to
McCulloch pointed.
I'll have to stop you there because it's not fair that nobody's there and we can't be just openly making statements, which is like you're like putting we can't put a whole community saying that it's their nature and this. We're trying to like not create more heat. Matlab, we have to be a little bit more political with our words because
No, see,
thoda, it's like I'm talking about a whole community being like with hacksaws on this coming up. Oh, theek nahi hai, matlab, it'll only create more this. But once again, because somebody told me that Felix has a grasp over the history of this area, so I do want to hear a little bit from Felix as well. So Felix, go ahead. Felix,
is
can you hear
someone
me?
speaking? Is someone speaking?
No, no, one second. I'll just ask. Felix, you're there? Felix, you're on mute. You might have to get him or her down and up again.
Sir, I respect your thought, but why don't you analyze? So many violences, ethnic violences happened in the Manipur and the Assam, where cookies involved, okay, where cookies involved. It's available. It's the data is available, and the data speaks. What I'm talking is about the with the data. They have fought 1992-93 with Naga. In 1997, they fought with the Paite community in Manipur, and in Assam they fought with the Dima Hasao community. They have fought with the Karbi Anglong in the 2002, 2003, and then 2005. So all this data speaks. Now you tell me, is there any Meitei who initiated any fight with any races, any community? Maybe small group class may be there, but at this scale of violence happened? Never. Is that Naga initiated any kind of violence? So that talks about the trait, how the DNA works. Now they claim that they are the Jews, they are the lost tribe of Bnei Manasseh. The first, the from the Kolkata, their research, I don't know which institute, they're saying that no, as per the DNA, it does not match. But in the second round, they said, oh, it matches. So is that the manipulation done? So so I'm not just talking with a very illogical way. Okay. So thank you.
Yes. Did we get Felix? Not yet.
And I'm trying to look for Felix. Uh,
Yeah, Felix, if you want to request Mike, we will approve you again. Uh, right. We'll bring in Vladimir now. Vladimir, you have been working on this for since it happened on May 3rd. So can you tell us what you had seen on ground when you first arrived there, and what did you hear before? And what was your first communication regarding this problem, and what did you see when you arrived there? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would also talk about your topic, but with that, I would also request just 3 minutes extra to add some other things. There is a reason why I called Nabokishore ji Jaljit ji. So, in addition to describing, also before I start, I have a humble request. Just give me 3 minutes time at the end of my point. So, I will keep it very short and I'll try to stick to the point. Before even this Manipur crisis, I had contacts in Manipur. I knew people in Manipur, and I had even been in Manipur. So I had even been in major parts of Northeast, and I had also done work on Meghalaya, other places. So I had actually known these places. I had actually studied about this also. So about Northeast. And what Navokishore told, I would like to add one more thing. Not just in Assam, Karbi Anglang or other things. Even in Tripura, the Jampui Hills, the Sibrai Khong, the famous places there also the same thing happened. So we see all over Northeast the cookies being used as a tool. And this tool is used by foreign agencies using the church as an institution to create artificial alliances. Now coming to your things, why what I saw. So first on 3rd May when the violence happened, I started documenting about the violence. I started trying to contact people. So the Meitei people, I started getting proper contacts from around 6th to 7th. So from after that, the first thing I did was trying to find out Churachandpur and victims from Chande, those parts. So from there, I started documenting their testimonies. And I, for one, I knew previously that I always suspected that this was a death blow. Like for before that, for 20 to 30 years, there had been some arrangements made here. There were meticulous planning done. There were lots of other things done before. So that is why in this matter, this was a thing which was orchestrated from the 70s. So from the eyewitness accounts, at least from Churachandpur around the 70s, I got the account very clear. What they show is a systematic migration or cleansing of people happened from particularly from the border areas, the bigger districts, Churachandpur, Chandel, these areas. The population, I would like to go into a bit of specifics demographically, fell to around 4.3%, 28% to be precise, by 2011 itself. And this is a phenomenal fall. If we see even the overall Meitei population, there is a drastic fall in there. And one factor which people do not account, the people here, most of the talented, most of the bright, most of the brilliant people have been driven away. And this has been done through a very sophisticated process. Education, capturing educational institutes, which happened due to the Congress government's failure in policies from the 70s, brainwashing right from youth, conversion rackets happening in so-called schools with secular names openly with benefits and other chances given, heckled students and their cultures. Then from their accounts, I also got to know that what kind of crimes and other things are happening. Here we have someone called Robert Meisnam. If you want in the audience, if you want a first-hand account, you can ask him. He has been doing a lot of work here. So I will just be brief and give you an overview. Their land grabbing rackets were made, particularly their ancestral lands were taken away. Thousands of crores of foreign funding came through the porous borders in addition to illegal immigration. The drug racket flourished. Along with that, a lot of factors were there, and major demands of these terrorist groups were to cleanse the people from there. And right from the 90s itself, there was heavy discrimination visible in multiple places. So, what my first understanding was that this was a very well controlled process and a death blow was planned after 40 to 50 years of preparation. Their lands were taken away, profitable businesses they were sidelined through economic boycotts, and the people were made mainly to be powerless and weak. And this was facilitated because of reserved seats and reserved policies. Like most of these places, like Churachandpur, the Maitis cannot have electoral representation. So where we saw very clearly where there is no electoral representation, there is huge amount of corruption and sidelining. Even their OBC certificates, which the few amount of Meiteis who were actually under OBC, renewal of that was a very bad experience for them. Huge bribes, huge kind of corruption and discrimination was there. So this is what I saw with the victims. Now, second part, what I decided was that after that, me being a very simple and an ordinary person, I decided this should not be like that. So I thought what I could do. So my second idea was connecting with their association people, trying to connect with some of their leaders. I stayed away from politicians and continue to do so. I uh, stay away from them normally. So I am not suited for that. I don't have the skill set for that. So I tried to contact with people and try to get them organized. Try to share contacts with each other so that the scattered people can actually start working as a cohesive unit. And currently, I give them whatever small suggestions I can give, like today. With that, I would like to come into the major factor today. Here also, I would like to a humble request to you guys, give Jaljit ji the mic. Jaljit ji is there. He is the head of Maiti Association Bangalore. Why I have brought here is that this space quite a lot of people who can support your cause, who can donate for your cause, provided it is genuine, will be listening and are there. So a humble request to people who are heading organizations and driving such efforts to come here, introduce yourself and put details about your organization in the comments of these spaces so that in future people can join you and support you in this case. Like I had been telling, resources and other factors are key in this case. So one such factor we had been trying to organize, and one more thing I had been doing, I had been trying to get some major political leaders to raise voice. So I'm in contact with their secretary and other things. I don't want to say anything more much in this open space, but these are in a very short way is what I had been doing in addition to writing about it, in addition to trying to spread awareness. Thank you.
Thanks, Vladimir. Vladimir, can you point out the handle which you wanted me to bring up? And
Uh,
yeah,
Jaljit ji, Jaljit. And also, Novokishore ji, a humble request to you. Please mention the name of your organization which has been running camps and relief and other activities in Manipur and give some information details by typing in the comments here at least so that
Sure,
people
sure.
in future can help you. Let us get some constructive things done also in addition to awareness. Thank you.
sure, Vladimir. The other thing is, Vladimir, okay, so I'm trying to get someone from the cookie side as well, so we can hear the other side as well. So otherwise, it'll become only from one side. So if if you can invite someone from the cookie side, because I can't see anyone coming here yet. So I see you want to ask something, Isaac?
Neither I see anyone.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Even I don't see anyone. Okay. Let's go to Manipur talks. Uh, Manipur talks. I think you have been covering this as well as a media outlet and as an activist, both. Uh, you want to tell us what, from your perspective, is going on currently and since this
Okay,
violence
if so,
happened?
see, uh, I've got requests asking for these two guys, Felix or the reviewer. I've sent them requests. They see they can come up, but I've already people are asking me if you have, and I've sent the reviewer request, but it's up to him or her to come up.
Yeah, okay. Chitra has put a comment. Chitra, I will send you a mic if you want to come up as well. Okay, you want to say about women in Manipur? Please come up. We want a women voice as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So going back to Manipur talks. Yeah. If you heard my question, please.
Sure, yeah. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I must say that I'm just a layman, and I'm just giving a layman opinion here. So I'm not associated with any organization, association, or any media outlet. So I think it should be taken as is. My view on this subject is when this all started, right? When this event started, I thought it was just a spontaneous reaction and an event that will end in few days, like any other event in Manipur, right? But then, it never ended. So that's when I started, looking into things and try to find out, what could be the real cost for all this conflict, right? So that's when I started to zoom out and see the conflict from a different perspective. So that's what I'm trying to narrate here, right? I like to talk about the, you know, the the elephant in the room, or the other elephant in the room, which is the geopolitics, right? So in this conflict, there are three main countries involved. One is China, Myanmar, and of course India, where it's happening, right? So we need to understand the geopolitics to have a glimpse of the conflict in real sense. So when I talk about China's participation, China, we know that they want to keep any kinds of conflict alive in any region, or maybe other regions as well. But now we're talking about any region in specific, right? They want to keep the conflict alive, and that's why any activities that can support that conflict, you can safely assume that it will be encouraged, okay, from the Chinese side. Myanmar again is ruled by military junta, which is very close to the China, and they are very much involved in the drug business. That is the second country, right? The third one, right, this is very, very important. This is the localized, what do you say, localized uh, version of the a country, which is, when I say country, it's a nation that they dream of. It's called the Jalangam, right? Jalangam idea is based on the creation of a new nation carved out from Bangladesh, Myanmar, and India. We need to understand that, when I say, when I'm talking from the high level perspective, please don't assume that every cookie or everyone is involved in this. 90% of the people are common men. So let's dissociate from this angle, from this Jalangam part for now. But we do need to acknowledge this, that there are people who have been dreaming about a cookie land, a cookie nation, that is to be carved out from India, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. And this is well documented. Their mission, vision, uh, is available everywhere on the internet. Okay. Now, third thing is, right, when they talk about Jalangam, they know that it cannot be achieved, and it cannot be achieved very, very easily. It's going to be like, going to the moon at this stage. So what they have started doing is they started going after soft targets and the low hanging fruits, right? And that's when they found India, because India is a democratic country, it's a very liberal country, and it's a very, what you say, soft handed country. So India is a perfect spot for that, because you can negotiate democratically with India. Second thing is Manipur. Second, place is Manipur, right? Manipur. Why Manipur? Because we already have cookies living with us for decades and even centuries, right? So that's why that's where Manipur became the ground zero for breeding, or the breeding ground for Jalingam, right? The Jalingam plan was started, I think few decades ago. It is kept alive by the intellectual and political class, by feeding propaganda to the new generations. When I say, when I talk about propaganda, I'm talking about identity politics, like concocting history and building a new identity that will consolidate, that will bring cohesiveness among the, Gene Cookie, they call it Gene Cookie Joe now, right? So Gene Cookie group, Joe group, but which is very much okay, all right? Every individual has the right to pursue their own political goals, objectives, and whatnot, which is very much okay. But in the process, what they have done is, during that process, in the last 2 3 decades, what they have done is they have created a common enemy, which is the Mayday, uh, because they had to had a common enemy to bring cohesiveness among the various tribes that uh, that comes under their umbrella. Otherwise, without the common enemy, there's no cohesiveness. They've been fighting among themselves for a long time now, right? So in that process, unfortunately, we became the suspect for of everything. Like, if you talk to any of those cookie dissenters, or any brothers who feel some who have grievances, they'll talk about, oh, my day took our resources, you took our fund, blah blah blah. But I'll come to that later. They're also, I mean, obviously their political class who's building all this narrative are hands in glove in that particular misutilization of those funds. But let's come back to the point now, right? So in the
But
process of
I'll stop you here. I'll ask you one question over this. If you want
Mhm.
to touch base on the historical aspect of Burma as well, that Myanmar pre-independence and post-independence, how the local situation in that country makes this Kuki tribe migrate
Yeah,
into India, and
yeah.
what's the geopolitical equation with respect to Myanmar as well? If you want to point that out as well, thank you.
Yeah, and first of all, I'm not a historian, so I must admit that I don't have the complete academic backgrounds to just have a say on this. But my understanding is right, especially, see, I told you Telangam project started decades back, but it never got catalyzed. It never got functionally started, because when there's a status quo in all stability in all the nations, you can't really come up with a idea like this, because it will be suppressed anyway easily, right? But when the military junta took over, I think it was in 2021, things have started moving around, because there are fights happening with the military junta and the Jin groups and whatnot, right? In the Jin state, uh, Rohingya was also one of them, right? So a lot of those movements started happening, and that's when they started all those dissenters and all those, what you say, radical groups who cannot live in Myanmar, because obviously the government was cracking down on them. They started migrating, immigrating towards India. And it's a documented fact, right? In Mizoram also, there's so many, I think around 40,000 documented illegal immigrants are there. So yes, that movement happened, and it got catalyzed by the military junta taking over the democratic government in Myanmar in 2021. So I think that answers your question. Can I move on?
Sure, go ahead.
And
Yeah,
that's all I
yeah.
know. Yeah. So when I say identity politics, right, which is a good thing. Every every community have every right to do that. But in the process, they created a common enemy in Meitei, which actually started sowing all the seed of hatred, right, among the general population like us, right. We started looking with suspicions, which is not a good thing, right. It only got what you say, it only added to the fire. Now, one thing I need to point out here is when they we might ask, hey, why Métis, right? So because Manipur is is actually a state where there are like three or four major groups. Why not Nagas? You can ask. Naga is actually Nagas don't have this soft-handed approach when they deal with conflicts. I must say that and we all know what happened in 1992, 93 when the Naga Kuki conflict started, right? So unlike the Nagas, we Métis are very soft-handed, and we are also a very laid back, right? We don't actually see things when people are scheming against you. We just take it for granted. Everything's granted. In fact, we are the one who's been trying to be helpful and very accommodative in every issues, right? Now, after that, what happened is, uh, after this identity politics, the suspicions grew and whatnot. The new generation, especially the millennials and the Gen Z, right? Today, they're entirely cut off from the Meitei community because of this identity politics. right? Second thing is the drug business. Drug business is, you know, is is kept alive because it it is the funding source for the political mission that they have, right? Every militant organization, cookie militant organization, are taking benefits from this so that it can, fund their activities. That is second, right? Third is the obviously, to make this happen, they have been networking with many people, including the Christian missionaries, and like some of the members stated here, Jews too, right? So basically, if you look at this, right, the characteristics are very, what do you say, it's like, give and take policy, right? For them, they don't feel shy, the cookie chin or Joe group, they don't feel shy to reach out to any authority or any groups asking for help to, to make their dreams come true. For example, you know one of the good strategy that they did was to get into the good books of Indian government, right? So even though, they have so much, what you say, turmoil in Burma and whatnot, and then cookie tribe got consolidated with them, and they started reaching out to, in India for help, right? So it's a give and take policy. They are ready to provide service, in any kinds of service, and in return they want to take something from India. That is the basis of their, negotiation, right? Now, one of the good strategy they did is the, suspension of operation. What this means, nobody knows actually, right? If you point out, all those clauses and try to negate that, hey, because of this you are violating them, they will simply say, okay, yeah, so what, we have been doing that. For example, 58% uh 58% attendance in the Chu camp was considered as full attendance, even by, professors, in JNU, because they think that 58% is enough to be called a full attendance, right? Imagine that. So it's basically a legal fiction that confuses the state's law and order apparatus, right? So in Manipur we have a joke, right? The Manipur commandos, before this incident, of course, we used to call them, Rambo in Imphal, but, Hodong or Ket in the in the hill areas, because in the hill areas they don't know how to perform their job, right? Because if they catch someone, again, someone, they will call them, or there's so many conflict situations like that, because of this legal fiction called SOO, the state laws and law and order apparatus broke down. And during that process, the cookie militants and the cookie political class, they gained a lot of grounds, expanding their scope. They started getting into too many things, including extortion and whatnot, right? So the entire, what do you say, if you look at all the, what is lifeline of Manipur, right? Kangpopi Road, NH2, National Highway 2, it's literally under their hand now, right? See, you a tribe which are like, a tribal population which are not into, scheming and all those, will never be able to challenge the state's government, state's police and the military police, and hold the state to ransom just by being innocent, right? They're not that. They are able to break down the national highway, block the national highway for more than 60 days now. Just imagine the kind of political power they have, political and military power they have, right? And that is actually facilitated by the suspension of operation. I'm not saying it's the only way they're doing it, but it's one of them, right? And let me come back, right? So now with this kind of a strategy, right? They know that the timing is ripe. They know that, you know uh, they are in a good position to demand anything in Manipur. So for the last, I think, 3-4 years, right, there are so many what is conflicts, right? The hostility towards Meitei and the state government grew leaps and bounds. For example, imagine targeting Meitei heritage and religious sites like Kaupru, Thangjing, which we consider to be our, our birthplace, right, of Meiteis and all. Just imagine, if I ask you, right, in you have Ayodhya and you have Tirupati and all this. These are centuries and thousands of years old places. If I tell you that, a group which came in, like 1 or 2 century ago, and they're claiming, rights over that, how would you feel, right? I think we know what happened. So it's the same kind of what do you say, emotional, what do you say, values that we hold, like you hold over Ayodhya and wherever else, right? So targeting of Metis heritage religious sites continued in the last few years, which really prompted the government to also took things at the official level, like announcing protected site and heritage site and whatnot. But ghettoization in More and Churachandpur, if you talk to any Métis in Moreh and Churachandpur, they don't live like the Cookies or anyone living in Valley area, right? They have to live under strict rules and controls, the rules provided by those gang leaders, right? So the timing is right, everything is controlled. They thought that everything was under their hand, and they were waiting for only a trigger point. That's when and that trigger point came when government started getting more serious on war on drugs business. They started cracking down on the only revenue generating business of this class of people, political class of people. And the also the illegal immigration and encroachment issues that came up out in the last 2 years, right? So that actually broke the camel's back. And on 3rd of May, because of that High Court's order, and just for file movement, and the High Court order was just for file movement from the state to the concerned ministry in Delhi. Imagine using that as a pretext to start launch this movement or violence. So this has been the genesis of all the problem that we're seeing right now. I like to summarize by stating that you know things there's an end goal, right? We always need to look at it from the perspective of that Jalingam, right? So there's an end goal. They want Jalingam nation, but they know they cannot achieve it now. So they want to settle for Cookie land, but they know that Cookie land is not easy. Cookie land state, I'm talking about state now. Again, Cookie land state is not possible. That's why they want to settle for separate administration, so that it becomes a stepping stone to their bigger goals. So that's how I believe things have been scheming against us, and we have been caught off guard. And what we see on the ground today is just a reaction to that, right? We have not been proactive. We have been caught off guard. We are reacting to this, and we also don't have a proper, what do you say, plan on how to actually reverse all of this. So when we try to reverse things, right, to make things right from the perspective of the state and the nation, people always call us as what do you say, encroaching their rights and whatnot. So this is the kind of difficult situation we are in. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Manipur. I will go to IC, but later on I want to discuss the land rights
I have
issue
a
as well.
question.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
IC.
yeah. My question was kind of not answered. I want to understand the role of the church and how does it influence the cookies as compared to the Métis, because the church has been introduced, right, over a period of time in the 70 odd years. And if somebody could throw a light, how did the church get introduced? And then what was the impact? How did so many of the cookies who were following another kind of a religion get converted in such a large amount? And what has been the impact of it? Yeah.
Anybody wants to
uh,
take that? Vladimir,
uh,
go on.
नरेश जी आप बोलिए या नरेश जी you tell first. If anything is
Uh,
missing, I'll add.
I think there is Chitraji has come. Somebody has said Chitraji has a hand on the history, so I would really like to hear from
Okay, yes.
him. Yeah.
Let Chitra ji speak first. I
Hmm.
had already spoken, so if anything is missing, I'll add later.
Sure.
Okay. So Christianity, I think, in the Northeast, Christianity came much more rooted first in Nagaland. At that point of time, of course, there was no Nagaland as such because it was carved out of Assam. And then it came through missionaries, as elsewhere in the rest of the country, it came through the missionaries. Now, the interesting part is that Christianity, and I studied in a convent school, mind you. So, there is nothing about Christianity that says that it must obliterate, when you are trying to convert people from another faith. It doesn't say that you have to obliterate all your roots. But the problem is that when you become a new convert, and I think this is true of every religion in the world, that somebody says goodbye to an old religion, and when you are converting yourself to a new religion, I think there is, in a sense, psychologically also this innate desire to show that I am as good as the original person, and so you become more radical. And this one and so this turn, and when this happened, because there was an whole indigenous system that was there was an indigenous faith that was running through the people of Manipur, and I guess it would be for the people of Nagaland as such. So uh, so and uh, and this was when even the Meiteis had not become Hindus, because Hinduism came into Manipur like 200, just 200, less than 300 years ago. So what was happening was that when when Christianity came, it came to Manipur late, but because of Hinduism coming into it, and the sudden notion of purity and impurity based on eating meat and not eating meat, that I think pushed the kind of it kind of polarized communities, in a sense that suddenly there was this whole notion of the sacred and the profane. You are eating meat, and hence you are not allowed into my house. And for an earlier generation, I think there was a genuine cause of resentment against the Hindus, because believe me, even in my grandfather's time, my father often used to tell me his story, and it's my favorite as well, that when my father was in the sixth standard of his school, and that would be when he was about 12 to 13 years age. And my grandfather, my paternal grandfather, was a staunch devout, he was a devotee of Vishnu and Shivji. And he used to have all this Ekadashi, he used to observe fast on Ekadashi and various other things, and not eat fish. Manipuris, by the way, an older generation of Hindus, of staunch Hindus, they would have to eat fish because number one, we are lacto intolerant, so we do not have excessive protein. So we also are, pulses and all came much later. Earlier generations, they didn't know what dal were, so this were brought in much later. So I would say that because we needed the protein, because food, as now we equate food to religion, which is wrong, because food is actually about your environment, right? The Dalai Lama practices Buddhism, but he eats meat. Why? Because he comes from a sub-zero temperature climate where you need to have meat to exist, to keep yourself warm. So now the Hindus of Manipur were eating fish because we have a lot of water bodies, fish streams are there, rivers are there, lakes are there, and but meat was not allowed. The purists, the traditional Hindus wouldn't allow eggs or chicken to be cooked in the house. So my father, when he was in his about 11 or 12 years old, he insisted that he wanted to have an omelette. And my father often told me the story that he insisted so much, and he said, I'm not going to eat my food until and unless I'm able to have an omelette. So my grandfather gave him an earthen pot. He had to make the omelette outside the gate. He ate it. He had to break the pot and throw it into the river, take a bath in the river, and then come home and change his wet clothes. And he had to be given this Ganga Jal with tulsi leaves in it. So that is that's the kind of difference that suddenly Hinduism brought into the Manipuri society. And because the people in the hills, the tribals, our tribal brothers and sisters in the hills, they could not do without without meat. Why? Because they live in the hills where there are lesser rivers, and even if there are rivers, there is lesser chances of fish there. So they needed to eat their proteins as well, and hence they could not give up meat. And obviously when Hinduism came, it was concentrated in the valley, because that's where the communication was, that's where the kingdom was, that's where the transport and the means and the commerce was all there, right? So it did not touch the hills. Now the hill people, whenever they used to come down to the valley for their social and interaction and economic interaction, now suddenly जो all India में there are the differences between the low caste and the high caste, just like that they were not allowed into the courtyards of the Meiteis. And I think, and then for my grandfather's generation, they won't dream about inviting a tribal person into the household, or they won't dream about going to a tribal's house and drinking water from them, because that clear lines of purity and impurity was there. So I believe that religion played a part in polarization. But to come to how Christianity is playing a part now, for Christians, as you know, the Sunday church is a very important and integral part of their lives, and nothing like Northeast India. If you go to Mizoram, for instance, if you go to Nagaland, for instance, you will not even find a taxi going, and no Christians would be driving any. All the taxis that are driven by the Christians, you won't find them for hire. If you go on any official visit or any official work, you will find that it's impossible to get an interview or to get to meet somebody on a Sunday, unless of course it's somebody you are very friendly with, or somebody who is a non-Christian. So that Sunday, that control of the church is there. And in places like Northeast India, where identity and politics is such an important part of who you are and how you conduct yourself, it's not just in terms of worshiping to God, but it also comes a very important platform to discuss political issues. In fact, a very interesting film that I don't think you will have access until and unless, of course, you access it through say film festivals. There's an interesting film called Nine Valley One Hill. It's directed by Havam Pavan Kumar, and it's a lovely film, because what he has done is he has made he has got a Tangkhul main protagonist, and there are people who speak, the Tangkhul actors are speaking Tangkhul, the Meiteis are speaking in Manipuri, and the Cookies are speaking in their own dialects. And it opens with a shot of a church. There is a pastor who is giving, and these are not actors, mind you, because Pavan uses this technique where he uses real people, and through the real stories, the fictional stories are told. And in that first shot of that movie, it's an award-winning. It's very critically acclaimed, by the way. It opens where he talks about, the pastor is talking about the Kuki Naga clash. Can you imagine anywhere else in India where a political situation like this is brought right into the religious domain? But this is what happens in Northeast India. And in fact, when the Kuki Naga clashes happened in the 90s, and it dragged on for 3-4 years, it was only after the active intervention of the church that the things cooled down. It was not from the government side, it was not from any other side, but it was from the effort of the civil society, and it was from the effort of the church. Now the problem comes into play, because the church is, it's not like the church know exactly what is happening on the ground in Manipur. So the various vested groups within the Kuki community are playing the Christian card, where the Meiteis are being painted Majority, and hence very aligned with Modi's presentation of of Hindus, and hence the Meiteis being right wing, and hence the Christian groups in Manipur needs protection. But the fact of the matter is that it would be very wrong to say that it's a Christian versus Hindu thing. But it's also a fact that the church card is being played, and the church is playing into it, not knowing exactly what is happening, because there are too many layers underneath that. And there are also a group of, if you look at the Christian population, it's not just the Cookies who are Christians. There are Nagas who are Christians. There are Meiteis also
Yeah,
who are converted.
Shiva, you want to conclude maybe in 30 seconds? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I mean that's all that I wanted to say. That's all that I just wanted to share in terms of religion, the Christians and the church. Yeah.
Sure.
So, so coming on that one, taking a cue from there, if the church had to intervene last time, being one of the factors, then it's serious concern. Because whenever a religious entity can flex so much of power that they become the power broker, that sets a very dangerous precedent wherever this happens.
Yes.
And we've got a lot of countries where we have seen this. The biggest example being Taliban was basically a religious
Yeah.
organization. And see where it's landed that country in.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit worried if what you said is true. That's a serious concern. Right. Let's keep the conversation going on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I say let's get to another speaker. Tribal is here. Uh, Tribal, you want to shed some light on the aspect in Manipur of the conflict going on. You want to share your thoughts? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. But I think Vladimir wanted to speak.
Yeah, we'll go to Vladimir. Yeah, but if Vladimir wants to speak, yeah.
Chitraji put a very valid picture, very clear points. So I do not have much to add, but however, I would like to add some observation points. If you currently see, even without being actively involved in the violence, you can do a lot of damage. First thing is by providing support, infrastructure, logistics, and an ecosystem. One thing I sincerely doubt is that the church doesn't know what is happening on the ground. They know it very well. And one of the things, first observation, if we go in the history of any of these Northeast, we find a states, we find a unique observation patterns. First thing we find is that there are hundreds of churches with having roots in different countries and running the agendas of different nations there. So this is a very important point which we have to note. And the same thing is there. There is not a single organization there, first of all. Secondly, if we see, yes, I agree, but most of the coalitions, like whenever we saw the same thing in Meghalaya, whether it was in 1979, 1987, the stepwise ethnic cleansing of local culture had been totally driven with the backing of the church. And like for 1979, the major allegations come to Evangelist Church. This is not just in Manipur. This has happened in many places. And if we look at the observation here, the finances, the huge amount of finances which come, the organization, the entire coalition of these things, temporary coalitions which are formed. The glue, binding glue is the church. So these things. And third thing, if you look here, US church, UK churches, like you can Google, you can find the name UK churches, then the Chin Church, so-called international, they are openly advocating for it. Even in South India, churches are openly advocating for this thing. Now, what this shows is clearly providing cover fire, providing an ecosystem, providing
Just a second,
finances, and
Vladimir.
these parts.
Hold on. Whoever is not
Yeah,
speaking, can you mute your mics, please? So yeah, there's some background noise.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I will continue
Yeah.
from where I
Yeah.
should
Sure.
continue.
Sure. Continue. Vladimir.
Okay, I'll continue then. See, so providing ecosystem, providing finance, providing structure, providing an organization, these matters or these roles of the church we had seen in everywhere in Northeast, and its lethal effect was seen in Meghalaya. And the same effect which we see today, they are claiming the same kind of narrative that it is only against Maiteis, the Madhwaris and other people are there. The same thing was played in Meghalaya. If you read this, 1979, first it was Bengalis, then it was Gorkhas. Here also it eventually moved to the Gorkhas. And then 1992 onwards, it was free for all. So this kind of divide, rule, segmenting is done clearly. And third thing, if you look at some databases like the Joshua project, say, you will find every one of your Janajati is recorded. It is from coming from Colorado, and there you
That
will see.
that project, I would highly recommend go to the website, the Joshua Project. I've covered it in one of the YouTube sessions. It has better data than our own government on
Ex-
कहाँ पर कितनी जाति है कौन से टाइप है And they also have a ticking bomb there showing how much of percentage has been converted and how much in each area has not been, and even the difficulty of conversion by jatis. Am I right, Vladimir?
Yes, and third, another information is there. How much converted and why they are not being converted. This is
Yes, yeah.
also
What
possible
difficulty
reasons.
I meant that only.
Yes,
Difficulty was that because when I went into it, and the best part about the Joshua project is it is blatantly written in your face what they plan to do. मतलब गुंडागर्दी top level की. India has one of the biggest sections there. It is world over, पर इंडिया की जो detailed analysis है, it was mind boggling. By by इनको गली तक का status पता है. How many people of what type, कहाँ पर कौन क्या रह रहा है, किस जाति का है, सब classification. Just Google the Joshua project, right, and see for yourself. Ah,
yes,
please continue.
every one of you here, your village, your community, why they are not being converted, how to convert, this is there. And another factor, from the 70s onwards, due to the faulty policies of non-development by Congress government, two things happened. Communism entered. The Chinese currency gained a lot of strength, Chinese products here, and also the education system. Let us put it very clearly, calling Christians as tribal, that is a construct which is taught in the schools. And let us see what happened in Churachandpur. Even in Christian schools, the illegal immigrants who came, they were institutionalized using special classes. They could not speak any Manipuri, they could not speak any Assamese, they could not speak any Hindi. So they were actually, and they spoke rudimentary English. This I heard in many cases. So first becomes institutionalizing or helping integrate the so-called illegal immigrants. And this particularly happened after 2005 and 6, when the control of the schools in the so-called hill areas went out of the most of the valley people. First thing. Second major important factor, if you look at there, the brainwashing of the children at the schools. This is terrible, and there is open discrimination there. And third thing, the pastors, the Naga pastors or the Kuki pastors coming down and buying land at your valley at inflated market prices and creating further price rise and causing migration. These kind of things are present almost in other places also. Andhra, Tamil Nadu, we are seeing. Even in Tamil Nadu, in in where I was forgetting, the southern Kanyakumari, yeah. Wherever the population increased, we see this violent form of retaliation the moment it reaches 50% or above. And the same thing we saw in other places. So it is just not right to call that the church doesn't know something. It knows way better than our government does. So this is a scary side. And another problem which I see major in the church is that this divide and destroy. This is a very common theme and a very common scheme which is being practiced in this matter, and it is very alarming. So I would suggest one solutions here is that think in 10 to 15 years, ask central government, connect your educationist. When you can, invest on your professors and educational experts and try to get them to create alternatives of them in education and healthcare sector. That is the only way to break their control. Without that, there will never be total loss of control, and there will be always this niggling agenda of demographic change, because it is too profitable for Western countries to not do so when they have such a structure and such a thing. And why cookies are specifically being used? Because they are most vulnerable, because they are the most vulnerable and they have the most weakest economy, top heavy economy, which is controlled by very few people. And for that purpose, it is very easy to control their society. A large number of people controlled by a few number of very strong and very rich people. So this matter we have to be a bit careful in this thing. So that is all. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Let's go to tribal. Tribal, are you ready? You want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Indian and I. Yeah, the host and the co-host. Sorry. Uh, there were two questions being raised here. And one was, branding entire community. Why? And I think Nabakishore did mention certain points, and I would also like to, uh, I would not brand them, but I would just like to, like highlight something about which is written in the history. And right now, as we speak, it is being, there have been attempt to rewrite the history by the, community. When I say this, if you go back to the the British Library, which is maintained and even it is maintained in our Ministry of Culture, there is a book, on the dispatch of forces for cookie punitive measures. If you go and Google this in the Indian, culture, the government maintained, site under the Digital India aspect, you'll find these. There is nothing called an Anglo-Cookie War in 1917 to 1919, as claimed by the recent writers. And if you go and Google this, the Anglo-Cookie War, you will, surprisingly find that most of these authors are the cookie intellectual themselves, and this has been, they're trying to rewrite, and this is also one of the reason why, they've been even asking, a state-wide holiday to commemorate this or 100 years of Anglo-Cookie War. But what exactly happened, these intellectuals have, resorted to selective writing and selective writing of the text. But if I, if I would like to just explain what exactly happened is, in the First World War, the Great War that they call, the British needed people in the labor corps. And when they needed people, if you look at the Northeast in the early 1900s, 19th century, Assam state was one state, and the other one, which had a Maharaja, was the Maharaja of Manipur. So the request had come for, people to be sent from the northeastern side to, help the British in France as part of the labor corps. The Maharaja of Manipur, he said yes, and then but being the Maharaja, he said, I'm going to allot 1,000 people from the Naga community and 1,000 people from the Kuki community, and they will be going for as a labor corps. The Nagas obliged the request of the Maharaja, and they went, but the Kukis said no to that request. And the second request was again sent to them, and even there are written history that even the wife of one of the British officer in Manipur tried to speak to the Kuki chief, and that was blatantly refused at that time. So that is history. And then cookies, when they were they were scattered among the hills, primarily in the from the southern hill to the up to the Giri circle, they were scattered there, and they resorted to uh, you know uh, 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 raiding, because as per the British, the definition of cookies that you can see and read in the books that were written by them, or the report that was submitted by them, is that they started raiding the neighboring Meitei villages and the Nagas villages then. And they were they will raid those villages. Primarily, the Naga villages were the ones who were, there were a lot of massacres happened at the time. And this is at the time when their men, the Naga men, were there working as labor corps in the in France. And due to all this, reports, and also if you read the the exact word, the British officer had written that due to immense respect to the Maharaj of Manipur, they had to take certain punitive measures to to punish the Cookies tribes. And then, right at the time when the war was almost ended, the British actually, with the support from the Assam side and the Burmese side, they did a two-sided attack, and they actually broke the Cookie spirit then. Because of the the vulgarity, the nomadic, and the the brutality of those people that they were raiding. So that is one of the history says so. Even the Britishers had that, and I'll just go back to the same community. Recent past, Indira Gandhi had done our the first lady prime minister, or the only lady prime minister of India. Why did if you go back to the history, why did Indira Gandhi resorted to bombing the the city of Aizawl today, which is the capital of Mizoram? There were certain escalations beyond control. Right now, Manipur is also turning towards that, complete, disobedience by the MNF then. And that was one of the reasons why the Indian government then had to resort to certain, strong measures. I know right now the government knows it all. If you go and like the recent conversation that you can see, the Union Home Minister has repeatedly requested them, and the first one to come and say that we lift the blockade are the SOO group themselves. If you go and the recent press release itself says that they are the SOO groups. They have said that you okay, fine, we'll lift the. So there is a good cop or the bad cop game being played. So the SO groups will say that we'll lift the blockade. That's a unhuman. Even the Supreme Court is against um, you know blockade of the national highways or the state highways. But they continue to do so. There has been certain stern. I am sure there must be a stern warning given to them. That's the only reason why they have said that okay, fine, we'll lift the blockade. They have tried that. So I'm sure this will definitely it's heading towards it. But the problem is, amidst all this, the people, the Meitei peoples are are being sandwiched here, are suffering. And why will the mothers of the Meitei mothers will go and plead to the the army men or the Assam Rifles, to resort to such extent that they actually come out and ask them to be partial, because this has been the request. And the second point, which I think was asked about, was the situation with Chin State and why is there migration, and one was that why were the Meiteis not converted to Christianity then when the Christianity came. So I would say that in as early as the 17th century, Meiteis adopted with the as a state religion. The Maharaja then adopted Hinduism as the state religion of Manipur. And the British had no option when they started to although they were successful in many in the bordering areas of Manipur, or rather say the valley areas, as well as they were hill was there to exploit for them. And the same thing happened with the Chin state, because Burma was also part of the British Empire. And if you look at the Chin state, which is majority Christian community, and if you go towards a little to the far east, that's dominated by the Buddhist. And with the certain things do not work in a military junta government, right? For example, certain things like religious conversion, forced persecution, and everything doesn't work. So that is also one of the reason why I foresee that there is mass exodus, including the Rohingyas who had moved to Bangladesh and India. The Chin state, which is primarily 95% Christians, have also and you can just see any of these the leaders, be it the Jet RA, Jet RO, the Kuki, the Chin, the Joe, anyone who settled in Mizoram or Manipur, they disregard the international border. They say that they are our brothers, we would warmly welcome them. So that's a big issue that we are facing. So I hope I'm not blaming entire community, but let's look at the history, what had happened during the British Empire time, what had happened during Indira Gandhi's time, and what has happened since 19. I think Nabokishore missed one instance in 1960 when within the cookie there is an old cookie and new cookie between themselves also. And mind you, the military, government in Myanmar has been there since 1962 to 2011, and then for roughly around 10 years there was a democratic government. And in 2021, the military government again came back. And as per the UN report, I was quite shocked that around 670,000, including Rohingyas, have been internally displaced people from the state from the country of Myanmar, and they have they are internally displaced. Not sure how many have come to Manipur, how many have come to Mizoram, how many have gone, because this is a report which has also been endorsed by the NGO, Myanmar Refugee NGO. It's called Myanmar for You. It's in Delhi. they have also said around like round figure of 70,000 only in 2021. But the numbers would be a much higher. And if you don't believe me, like let's not do an NRC. Everyone here has access to internet. Just please go and see the voter list of Manipur. You will find villages with a huge number of registered voters. There is a pull and a push factor, which has resulted in the rise in the number of voters. But biologically impossible families, like for example the father is 70, the mom is like let's say 68, and the first kid is like around 58, just a 4 to 5 years difference. You will see certain discrepancy, biologically impossible, who has the and then you'll find a lot of families with triplets and quadruplets, which is like astonishingly high, for if you look at the a voter list. And I'm telling you, this is a fact. It's available on internet. As of 1st April, I could see that the government has done certain due diligence. Certain names have been deleted. But if you go and see it right now, also pick up any of the district, right? Just do a layman like me, if I can find that. I think definitely this has to be audited by a third party. This has to be looked into before the NRC is done, because this number is alarming. Yeah, I think that's the point. I do have certain other points to make, but I would give it to other members to
Sure,
please
Tribal.
speak. Thank you so
I'll come
much.
back to you. I'll give you one more. Let's go to Nabkishore and then I'll come to you, Naresh. Yeah, Nabkishore,
Thank you.
before
Thank you.
you go, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just ask you, reiterate the same question. Because from the outsider's perspective, in the national media, we hear this has been pitted as a mostly the minority Christians facing the wrath of the majority Hindus, which are the committees. And this problem has been highlighted by many other international media groups as well. So, just to reframe the question is the Christian church exerting external pressure on our governments, and are they using their clout uh, to their advantage? If you want to say something about that, thank you.
Yeah. Indian G. Okay. Actually, I raised my hand to give some kind of updates on. Basically, I want to speak more on the kind of the action items or the action plans which we our some of the MITI CSOs as well as our organization is actually in the plan. But yes, you made a very good point, and this already I have also highlighted in my some of the tweets. Now, yes, there is a big propaganda going on. It's because of they are influential, they have a money power, so they can reach out easily to the international media. And since it's a very much well planned, as mentioned by many of the speaker, so they have already set up a complete kind of a project or kind of a operation house. Maybe they have employed several people with the salary so that they can work on the social media platform and all these things. Now, the question is, see, the good thing is that Honorable Home Minister, Union Home Minister, has agreed that there should be a judicial inquiry on this violence. Basically, that will come to know who has started and what was the intention and the root cause. And I personally welcome this. And this, actually, my the organization which I belong, we are going to put this in the upcoming the hearing in the Supreme Court, because we are also one of the intervener as the PIL filed by the Kuki community that the Metis have done the atrocities. Now, in the nature of law, really first look into is that has done the violence. Who has done the violence first? Who has who has initiated the violence and what was the intention? I think in any crime, I think that is the most important factor. And after that, whatever the outcome happened to the perpetrator, is that the victim is responsible? It's a very simple thing. If I put in Hindi, very simple Hindi, मैंने किसी को मारने गया और मेरे को हाथ पर तोड़ दिया and I'm lying in the ICU, am I responsible for that? No. So let the natural law of the justice come, and we'll come to know दूध की दूध पानी की पानी. So that's why we Meitei are not anymore scared, who understand the core of the problem, because we have the complete analysis done. What time, when they have done the first violence, it was not the Meitei who initiated the violence. It's very clear. And so I missed that point. So court monitored judicial inquiry to be done, not just a judicial inquiry which they may influence with their money or political power and make a biased result. No. So we will ask that the judicial inquiry should be a court monitored. Number one. Now, our one of the our friend tribal KDKS, he mentioned a very nice point about the NRC. Now, this is
यार पर जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी का मतलब ही होता है वो कोर्ट अपॉइंटेड होती है,
no, one is the court
तो होता
appointed,
ही उसका
another is the court monitor, sir. I think what I have been told by my legal expert. Okay, who the team has been already formed. It will be a retired Chief Justice of High Court. His name is Ajay Lambaji, and one retired IS officer and one retired IPS. The team has been formed. It will be headed by the three person. Okay, so our legal advisor told that he will file that this should be as a court monitor. Thank you, sir. Anyways, for highlighting the point. Now, the NRC when it comes, the government of Manipur has mentioned that, has put this the cutoff year that we shall do the NRC in Manipur in the cutoff year 1951. Meitei did not say anything. Naga did not say anything. Kuki made a hue and cry. There's a no 1951. Then finally, it has been negotiated and agreed as a 1961. Why? Why, if they are indigenous community, then why they should fear of 1951? Then finally, government has bent to agree on 1961. Now, all these things are very much as a kind of a evidence that they are a immigrant community. Fine, it's fine, but you live as a decent citizen. Okay. Now, on the this some of the legal actions which are planned now. Our the friend just mentioned about the the manipulation of the voter ID card. You forget about that common people. Now we have evidence that out of this 10 cookie MLA, we have a evidence now. One of the sitting MLA has a dual voter card in the state of Manipur itself. One voter card belongs to another district, and another voter card is another district. I am not going to disclose his name because we are going to file a legal action to that sitting MLA very soon. Okay, number one. And so, if that lawmaker can do this kind of thing, you just think what will happen to the common the Chin cookie people. Maybe they have 5 or 10 voter cards. So, second thing, we are going to probably our organization. We are planning to initiate, but we don't have fund. But we have started doing some homework on this with the help of some other CSO. That cookies are not indigenous community in Manipur. They cannot get scheduled tribe status. Scheduled tribe status cannot be given to them. So there was a big manipulation. Now we filed a RTI in government of Manipur that show us the copy, give us the copy of that gazetted notification on what basis the Kuki community or their sub tribes got this scheduled tribe status. The RTI reply came that the file is missing. You see, the file is missing. Now we have approached to Ministry of Law and Justice and also Minister of Tribal and Affairs, and we are waiting for that the copy of that RTA. Now, the revoking, the challenging, you can say also the scheduled tribe status to against, because this is awarded by the the president of our country itself. So it is not that easy to just file. So we have given also the uh, uh, what is called, there's a terminology in legal, to the uh, to the Honorable President of India also, Rashtrapati Bhavan also, that on what circumstances this has been given, and we are actually a uh, what you call, some legal terms is there. Okay, so representation, sorry, representation. The representation all has already been filed to the Honorable President of India, and there's no response. Since there's no response, then we can approach to the Supreme Court. It cannot be done in High Court. It has to be in the Supreme Court as per our legal advice, legal advisor. So we have to approach Supreme Court, and we are going to put a case against, and on what circumstances the government of India has rewarded scheduled tribe status to a non-indigenous community, the Chin Kuki community in Manipur. Okay. The next thing is that World Meitei Council, the organization which I belong, our registered organization is named as a Global Meitei Foundation, because world term cannot be we cannot register in that name. However, we are using as a World Meitei Council because we initially started our organization with the World Meitei Council, but later on when we wanted to register, we could not have this name as a registered organization, so we took as a Global Meitei Foundation. We are registered under Company Section 8. We have filed a PIL, as I mentioned, as intervener, where the Kuki has filed a PIL to the Supreme Court of India that the Meitei have done the atrocities, and government is not doing the enough action. So then we have filed an intervener. The case is going on in the Supreme Court. Okay, and the hearing is done by uh, uh, the Honorable Chief Justice of India himself. Okay, the next thing is we are going to or we have already been initiated. In fact, one of our partners, civil society organization, which is called Meitei Tribe Union, they have already filed this High Court for this non-sending by the government of Manipur for the past 10 years. The two reports, the socio-economic report, the latest socio-economic report of Meitei, and the ethnographic report of Meitei, to the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, which the Ministry of Tribal has already sought these two reports from government of Manipur for the past 10 years. And Ibobi time also he did not do. And the Chief Minister Biren, he also did not do. Even now he is also reluctant. Now, this fight is also, legal action is also going in the High Court. So, World Meitei Council, we clearly knows that to survive for the Meiteis, we need the scheduled tribe status. There is no other instrument, there is no other constitutional protection can help Meitei to survive in the state of Manipur, because we are now confined in the 10% of the land, even less than 10%. Okay. Now, some leaders, they are saying that no, let us not be scheduled tribe status. Some RK, the so-called that royal family group, they claim that they will be demeaned if they get a scheduled tribe. Okay, they claim that we will not do, like RK Megan, like her daughter-in-law Miss Brinda, they don't want to be scheduled tribe. Okay, but we, World Meitei Council, knows that it is the ultimate, the land reformation rule is not going to help, because Meitei is never going to go back to settle in hill anymore. And it is natural. Everyone wants to come down in the valley. Everyone loves to be part of the urbanization in the modern this modernization, or in the globalization era. So the land reformation is not going to help for the Meitei. Meitei is not going back to the hills. The very important another is the shrinking of the political space of Meitei. If the next delimitation happen in 2025 or 26, what is happening is the population, the demographic pattern has been already changed, and the very challenging for the Meitei community is in the Meitei family. In the Meitei family, we have hardly one or two kids. Okay, and shall we blame to this modern medical science? because now every lady, pregnant lady, you take it to the hospital. What they will do? They will do the C-section, and once the C-section is done, the mother will definitely say, I think one is enough, or maybe two is enough, not beyond that. Now this is also another big challenge for the community like Meitei who lives in this. But the hills, they have the natural birth. So the same Naga leader friend, I ask, okay, you tell me, what is your average children for a Naga family? He says three or four. I personally have four. So for statistically, for a community or for a country, whatever, the average, the birth or the born in a family has to be 2 point, some says 2.2 or 2.4. So if we go to this data.
Okay, I'll give you some stats on that.
Yeah.
For a community to continue surviving, that they don't go up or down, it's 2.3. The Hindus in India, based on the report which came out some months back, are currently at 1.9. India total has reached 2.3, meaning it's neither will grow up or go down.
Okay.
But Hindus have already reached at 1.9.
Yeah.
So we basically have now come to the shrinking area. This one, even the Muslims one is dropping, but वो अभी 2.3 से ऊपर है, वो भी गिरेगी because बच्चे पैदा करना is becoming more and more difficult on. But I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that when this SC/ST status was initially offered, it was offered to Meiteis also, but Meiteis said we don't want to be considered SC/ST. I'm talking back then.
Sir, scheduled caste is there to certain community.
But the
Basically,
majority of the Meiteis rejected it, na?
sir, let me tell you, who rejected? Who rejected? At that time, there were two MPs. Okay, one is the Maharaj Kumari Binodini, and another was the Sam Sarma. So they feel that, like one of our speaker, Miss Chitraji also mentioned. Okay, so these two, the community, particularly in in Manipur, they are part of the Meitei, but there are lots of controversial again in this, so I'm not going to that. So they feel that if Meitei gets ST, so basically we are highly cultured. That time we believe that we are the descendant of Arjun. Okay, so we are descendant of Babru Bahan. All these things were there in their mind. Okay, we are very highly cultured. At that time, Meitei were very dominant there. Their socio-economic conditions was good. Okay, so Meitei itself is eligible for scheduled tribe. Okay, then Chief Minister of Risang Kesing ji, he initiated, I think that was in 1983 something. So he initiated this in the one of the session in the assembly itself. Okay, and it was almost passed also. But this two politicians, they went to first unto that no, Miti do not want ST. So those are the blunders by our ancestral leaders. And why today Miti is suffering? It is all because of our ancestors, the leaders who did not have this vision. Why they have not done this first unto that, to seal the border with Myanmar? Why they have not done? Why they have not stopped the drug traffic rules, the golden triangle entry through this the state and passing through this international market?
Now
Why they have
I'm
not
going to
done?
come to that. इसीलिए मैंने पूछा था.
Yes.
Now this is where I want to land the conversation on.
Yeah.
I've been hearing it that the current chief minister basically went like Ronald Reagan, war against drugs. So जो plantations है, he's told to rip them off, and that is why the heat has started. That's what I heard from a lot of people. I have two fundamental questions, because when I did speak to few cookies, they said ki, yes, we're not totally disagreeing that there is no drugs being grown in these highland areas or not. but they are the Metis, the senior bureaucracy and the ministers and Meti ministers who are taking a cut out of it. So it's actually a joint operation. So ऐसा नहीं है कि it's only cookies. You know, Metis are hand and glove in it. So my question first is, how did this drug industry start there? If you could give a history, and then we can start asking more questions, because I need to understand ये हुआ कब, how did it start, how many years back, was there any pushback from the local people? If we can get into more, that will be better.
Sir, I think for this topic, I think we have to create another space. I think the time I think it's already a quarter past nine. So I think better we put because this will drag it another wide vast topic. I think next 1 or 2 hours may not be enough. Okay, now just let me make
So
cut
can
short.
I?
Shall I make it cut short some points on this if you allow me? Probably that will help to open a new next discussion in sometime later on our space. Shall I or shall I stop?
Then I continue, sir.
Yeah. So uh, this lady police officer who became a politician later, the Miss Brinda, okay, happened to be the daughter-in-law of surrendered this UNLF chief R.K. Magan. So she was bold because she has a uh, support, backend support of her father-in-law. So she openly said in one of the, it was of course the speech was in Manipuri, Meitei language, and she said that this all this MLAs, the ministers, the Meitei or non-Meiteis, all are involved. Okay, now how much truth or how much not? So the point is, I as a common man, when my brothers, my villagers, the young, the youngsters are addicted to the drug, I'm not happy because I'm the sufferer. Okay, maybe these politicians, they fund it, they get a huge money. Maybe later on they can do the horse trading during the forming of their the parties. Okay, now the angle between cookie, the militants or the cookie leaders, and this the current the chief minister of Biren. Okay, now the first when the BJP came, okay, that time for in the BJP to retain the power, our Biren was kind of very silent because he had a supporter, lots of cookie MLA supporter. There were 8 cookie MLAs at that time and the 12 Naga MLAs. In the second term, the number of the MLAs, there's a 20 reserved for the scheduled tribe. So this 20 can be any Naga or any cookie. So there the equation changed. The cookie became 10 MLAs and Naga used to be 12, that became to 10 MLAs. Okay. Now this time the Biren has a majority and he literally need not to depend much on this cookie MLA to prove his majority. And also in the manifesto, the BJP, the election manifesto in the second term has put certain eye-catching, eye-catching uh, 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 agendas. One is that if he comes to the power, he will take action against the illegal immigrants, like he will bring NRC kind of things. Okay, as a common man, the people definitely they want peace to be restored. We are very happy when the NDA government came. We almost forgot what was the road blockade, what was that hartals and all. Okay, we are almost forgot in the past 9 years. Okay, just before this violence, for the past 9 years, we almost forgot. Now, so definitely people are very cheered, very happy. So that illegal immigration, the immigrant, action on the drug cartels. He will uh, destroy the poppy cultivation. All these things were put in the election manifesto. The BJP won. So the chief minister probably now he has a less fear, okay, from the cookie MLS as a supporter. So he started driving some actions. Now there, who are the funder, who are not funder? Definitely, if we all see, okay, I mean, is it only the Manipur? Is it only the Manipur? Today there is a news came in Assam. One of the brother of a Congress MLA who involved in a drug racket, who's bringing the drug from the outside to the state in some highway, and Innova was caught, and a drug value of 10 crore has been caught, and there the one of the Congress MLA's brother itself is involved. So now let us not go to that because we are just a common man. So maybe all these bureaucrats, influencers, even there is a allegation of the officers in the Assam Rifles that they are also one of the stakeholder of these big drug cartels. Okay, now that's why I'm saying that let us not go to that point. However, you had a very right point that this time definitely Biren made some points, and there was a drone survey, helicopter survey. There was a videos available where the chief minister was explaining in a kind of a LCD monitor screen, and you see that the hills of Manipur have been deforested for the plantation of poppy. And he was quite upset, and he was saying that we need to do something this time. It is too much. It is enough. Whether he involved or not involved, or for the sake of improving his public image, whether he is saying that or not, we don't know. But as a common man, I want the drug, this has to be the drug cartel or the narco terrorism, whatever said, that has to be finished. I want peace to be restored. I personally want our Meitei outfits, the militants, the insurgent group should disarm, should surrender, and come to the main politics, the mainstream politics. Even I wish this. Even I could not tell through the media, but I was, in fact, on the personal level, I was trying why they should come, because we are having a lack of the leaders, and they should join in the mainstream politics. And this is the right time, because we have seen that whoever the 35, 36 Meitei MLAs this time, they were just like acting like a coward. They just have not come out to save their fellow Meiteis. When their houses were about to burn, few of them came and said that, no, we are there with you. We'll do something for you. But that also they have not done. So all these things, there is some big conspiracy theory, all this blah, blah, blah. Now, the coming to this scheduled tribe status, we want help the Meitei in Manipur. We are majority is we are Hindu, and Meitei is a very peace loving community. And you dig down, That's what we say to Naga leaders and the Naga fellow also. If Meitei gets ST, you should not think that we are coming and going to grab your land in the hills. Meitei and Naga have been there the time immemorial together in Manipur. And when the Meitei king was ruling the entire, it is only the British after coming, they have done this hill administration and the valley administration separately. But before that, the Meitei king used to rule it. So Meitei king never gave any kind of trouble to these Naga brothers or the Naga fellows, never. They have their own chief, they used to give taxes, and there was a very kind of cordial relation in the festival. In fact, in the coronation of Meitei king and the queen, the first night they have to wear the Naga dress. It's a fact. This is the fact. The Naga dress, they have to wear the Naga dress in the coronation of king and queen, and that dress they cannot leave for at least one night. So that kind of relation, and we are saying that even Meitei gets SC today, we are never going to harm you fellows, and that is
Sir,
the
sir,
history.
I'll have to interject. I'll have to
Can
interject
I,
because a lot of hands
Yeah, I have done. I
raised.
have done. I have done. Thank you
Yeah,
so
I
much.
see, can I
I'll
please
just
come in,
no,
please?
no, I just need to set up some order because it's over 2 hours already running. Everybody gets around maximum of 60 seconds to lay down the point because बहुत सारे हाथ खड़े हैं and I have a lot of requests. So I want to now start getting as many people there so that they don't feel that they didn't get a chance to speak.
I have
So
done. I
travel,
have
you are
done.
next.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Travel, you are next.
Yeah, so I think I see. I would like to also take up your question, which you raised to just while ago. A lot of time in different spaces and different forums, we are being asked, right? You were given the scheduled tribe and you rejected it, 1951, or that was 72 years ago. If I remember correctly, the first Prime Minister of India also rejected the United Nations Security Council seat, right? And we are asking for it today. I am
No,
not
no, no.
sure if
I'll
we had
correct you.
actually.
I'll correct you.
Uh-huh.
Travel. That is WhatsApp का ज्ञान. उनको कोई ऑफर नहीं गई थी. ठीक है, ये व्हाट्सएप का
Acha,
ज्ञान है. ठीक है,
acha.
इसको आगे
So,
कोट मत करना कभी. बिकॉज जो
okay,
फाइव
sir.
सीट्स है वो उन्हीं के
Uh-huh.
साथ फॉर्म हुई है जब यूएन फॉर्म हुआ था और तब इंडिया फॉर्मेशन भी नहीं हुई थी. उनको वो सीट
Acha.
वाली इज ऑल बीएस. तो या
Thank
तो
you
कोई
for
प्रूफ ला के
correcting.
दिखा दे मुझे.
हाँ, थैंक यू फॉर करेक्टिंग एंड आई स्टैंड करेक्टेड। लेकिन मैं ये कहता हूँ कि सर 72 साल पहले किसी ने पूछा होगा, लेकिन दिस इज द न्यू इंडिया, दिस इज द करंट जनरेशन, और हम 10 साल से हम मांग रहे हैं। एंड लेट्स बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, द करंट जनरेशन शुड नॉट कैरी द बैगेज ऑफ द पास्ट। Somebody might have done it, and I do not agree to it, and I don't want to relate to it in any manner. There is a there is a law, there is a scheduled tribe national commission that is to constitutionally safeguard. And right now, why the Meiteis are asking for the scheduled tribe is, we want a constitutional safeguard for the minority in India. Meiteis are minority today. If you look at the if you look at the history of the Northeast, just look at, like, in any other states in the northeastern region, be the Nagas, be the Mizos, the Arunachalis, the Khasi, the Garo, the Jansias of Meghalaya, the Tripuri, even the Bodo, the Brahmin Deoris of Assam, the Hindus of Sikkim. They are all ethnically important people of the respective states, and they are all scheduled tribe and protected, except for Meiteis from Manipur. But the Kukis and Nagas in Manipur are protected, but not the Meiteis. So that is a discrimination which we are facing, and due to that, there is a huge divide. Geographically speaking, we are concentrated on a less than 10% of the area. If you exclude the largest freshwater lake of northeast, which is the Loktak Lake, if you exclude, which is in the valley, exclude that you are left at around 7 to 8% of the land. And I think someone rightly mentioned that currently the scheduled tribes, the pastors, the leaders of the different communities are in the valley. They are building churches, right? They are building churches in the valley. They are building like a lot of buying lands at exorbitant prices, right? And the ST Act prohibits a ST to sell his land to a general until unless the DC signs off. And today, if you look at the bureaucracy, due to the same Scheduled Tribe Act, majority of the bureaucracy is with them. The recently retired DGP, right? The violence started from Chuchanpur, right? The police was there. Who was the DGP? It was a cookie. Who was the next in line DGP? It's a cookie. Why did it all happen? Today we are being persecuted. The Meiteis are being persecuted. The the before it's too late. It's a humble request to the people here. Do not let us be the next Kashmiri Pandits. Either we have to move out of our state and stay somewhere as refugees. Do you want us to do that? We are, like I said, since 1700, we are Hindus. We are being persecuted. We are fighting a battle against a huge conglomerate like a Christian church. Why would the Christian body tweet for this? There is a huge
$400 billion, illegal, drug industry involved here. When I say $400 billion, that's more than the GDP of United Arab Emirates, more than the GDP of South Africa, more than the GDP of Israel. That's how powerful narco-terrorism is today. And we are fighting against 25 illegal militant groups who have come to India and signed the suspension of operation, where only 58% of the people are in the camp, rest of them are outside. The army, the forces can't do anything because they are bounded by this suspension of operations. They can only fight against the women, the unarmed women. So, this is a persecution today. Trust me, I'm from an area where I live in a mixed community. We do not have land right now. What will happen 10 years down the line? So, this is a huge issue, you know, and we are okay. Don't give us ST. Give us a constitutional provision where a minority can survive, where there is a constitution, because the ST Act is against us, the MLR is against us, the Manipur Land Revenue Act is against us. There is Article 371C. Okay, Article 370 and 371C are very similar, right? If the India government thinks that Article 370 was was illegal,
नहीं,
was
वो
not
थोड़ा
right.
थोड़ा फंडामेंटल फर्क है 370, because I
हाँ,
too from
थोड़ा
the
सा
state जहाँ
फंडामेंट, हाँ
370 लगा था, उसमें ये है कि
हाँ
I have a domicile of J&K, right? I
हाँ
could buy
जी,
land anywhere in
हाँ जी।
J&K. उसमें 71 में रिस्ट्रिक्शंस, लाइक उन्होंने कंट्री विद इन
नहीं
अ
नहीं
कंट्री
नहीं,
बना दिए कि भाई ये
आईसीटी
वाले
एक,
ये नहीं खरीद सकते. इट्स इवन
हाँ
मोर
तो उसमें,
मोर रिस्ट्रिक्टेड.
हाँ
इट्स इवन
हाँ,
मोर
उसमें
रिस्ट्रिक्टेड
दो
देन
चीजें है
370.
ना। हाँ, क्योंकि 371 एक तो पहले से 370 था, और यहाँ पे मणिपुर के केस में क्या है कि एसटी एक्ट भी है, शेड्यूल लैंड भी है। तो दोनों तरफ से हमें मतलब वी आर स्क्वीज्ड, राइट? अगर एंड टुडे अगर Meiteis have two very important pilgrimage area in Manipur. One is the Kobru Lekha, which is bottom में आपने देखा होगा what happened to the Shiv Mandir in the in the bottom of that hill. That's a sacred place considered by the Meiteis and the Sanamahism. That's in a Kuki dominated area. That's very well planned. And the second one is in the Thangjing, which is very near to Chuchanpur. That's also under their control. Just like हम ये अमरनाथ यात्रा के लिए we were fearing, right, because
अच्छा
of the
Travis, can
various
you close it fast, क्योंकि we
yeah.
have to keep
So
it rotating.
yes. So my whole point is we are asking for constitutional safeguard for the Meitei minorities. It's not just about the land; it's about survival. It's not about reservation. It's about survival. It's about surviving in my own homeland. Thank you.
क्या क्या मैं थोड़ा बोल सकता हूँ अगर
नहीं सर, एक
परमिशन होगा
सेकंड चाहिए. मैं पहले ब्लड के पास चलता हूँ. आई सेट अप द ऑर्डर. ब्लड, उसके बाद मणिपुर टॉक्स, उसके बाद सत्या
Boss,
जी,
I
यू.
mean, I've been in the queue for long.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
supposed to give me.
yeah. Naresh has been waiting for a long
Okay,
time.
okay.
I
No,
see.
I didn't see your hand. Nice, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
Naresh, then blood,
so
then Manipur.
I
But
I
keep
will
it
be
not
short.
more than 60 seconds.
Sure, I'll be short. So I have two things in mind. One is like my perception about the Hindu versus Christian, Maite versus tribal, and then a plea to the non-Manipuri people here in this call. Okay, first of all, I think I'll give you my external, ordinary Hindu Manipuri view of this. Okay, I think the heights of Hinduism in our Meitei population came somewhere in I think the late 17th century or the early 18th century when Pamoiba brought in Hinduism into the state. After that, I think for 2-3 generations there was a rich jump in terms of richness in terms of our Hinduism culture in Manipur. And I think after the British came, it started declining. And after the British left, it further declined. Okay, due to some of the reasons. Let me basically tell you. So one of the major reason is obviously the advent of Christianity in the Northeast in general. I think in Northeast there were only 3 or 4 major kingdoms, princely states, which used to control the entire region, which came kind of shifted. The region shifted like by kingdom to kingdom, and the kings basically it increased, it decreased, right? But it was basically 4 or 5 maximum, princely states or kingdoms, right? And all of that, the Nagas did not have a kingdom. Neither did the Kuki, Chin, and the Mizos didn't have any kingdom. So they were under either of these, mainly two or three kingdoms, right? That they existed. Now, after the advent of the British came, and then with them the missionaries came in, and they started converting our brothers who were not converted to Hinduism, who still retained animist religion, into Christianity, right? So I think that drived wedge between us and them, right? And successively, as Chitra also mentioned, that the touchability, untouchability factors came in, and then they use the animosity against us very well to convert more and more into Christians. And I think the sad part is that that policy continued after independence, right? And I think the same divide and rule policies were also followed by the central government of successive governments in India, which further prevented us from being more united, and division continued to grow, right? So I think, uh, and now let's cut to now, okay, after what has happened so far. um, I think today, if you look at the Maite community, we are absolutely having a scarcity in terms of administrative jobs. There's a huge demand for administrative jobs. As you know, there are no industries, there are no factories in Manipur, only agriculture or government jobs, right? And very, very scarcity for us in terms of government jobs, either in state or in center, because of various factors, right? Because of no reservation, because of the competitiveness that has grown. And as you know, I mean, like the IAS, IPS, the rank file is all tribals, not Meiteis, right? And then after the independence, I think the economic challenges have increased dramatically for us. Poverty has really stretched many of the the lower and middle lower income society of our Meitei society, right? And as a result, I think, you see, we have started thinking of, has Hindu religion become a heavy stone to carry for us? So did we actually make a mistake, like 17th and 17th centuries, by accepting Hinduism? On the other hand, because we are seeing the progress made by people around, all around us, right? The Yeah, and that also, I think, further kind of brings more problem, because it starts making Maitais also convert to Christians, as has been increasing, right? Also, there is a huge revivalism, and actually not revivalism, I would say, um, a kind of disenchantment with the Hinduism, right? So as long as the last 2-3 centuries, we have followed both Hinduism and Sanamai religion in our all our families, right? But there is a section of people who are saying, we will not follow Hinduism anymore. Sanamai is the way to go. So I think these problems have aggravated in the last, I would say, 10 years. Before the whenever I go home, I used to find that this has become more and more radicalized, okay, and more problems have increased. So now I cut back to the actually the plea that I have for all of you. We still are one of the most unique Hindu community in India, and also Northeast, right? And we here are surrounded by by expansionist forces that are kind of seeing us as easy target, because population wise, just 15 lakh people. You see, the Nagas, they are much more population than us. Cookies have got more population than us. So we are a very small group of people right now, in the whole scheme of things. We have to look at it, not only within the state of Manipur. We need to look at entire the Northeast, right? So we are a minority in Northeast, not leave alone India. So um, and as has happened, the current the conflict that we are seeing, we are very, very poor, right? And see, in uh, against us, what is happening? We are seeing, even in social media, huge traces of virtual traces of huge money being transferred by, all over the world to the group that is fighting us, right? It's openly seen today. If you look at the social media,
See,
you can see
one
the
of the
comments and
things,
all.
yeah, one of the things I would like to warn everybody is don't blindly transfer money. Ensure you do your due diligence, right? That the people and the organizations you're transferring money to are legitimate. There'll be a lot of these things which will also happen. So it's your hard-earned money. I'm not saying don't transfer, definitely do, but please ensure that थोड़ी due diligence करके देख लेना. That when were these IDs created? Do they have a number to check? Can somebody check on your behalf that they actually exist? Is this an older
Then,
organization? तो ऐसे वो check कर लेना, right? If
okay.
one of your friends can go
So
and do that. Hmm.
yeah, so I think I'll just correct you there. I think the transfer is not happening from our side, the Maitei side. We're very poor, like we're talking like thousands and lakh, maximum few lakh. Here we're seeing, traces of crores of rupees like sent to multiple, people, right? And I think RBI and the other people would be working on that. They've already told that, right? And then, I think militarily wise, the our VDFs, or the various defense forces, are gunless, bulletless right now. Okay, and on the other hand, armed to the teeth, right? And also the issue about a homogeneous society which has been built around the church versus a heterogeneous Maitai community that is still divided on multiple lines, like we said, the RK, the the elite people who don't want, ST, who don't care for other anybody else other than their own prestige. And then, you have also different type of, groups in terms of religion as well coming up. So heterogeneous divided Meitei versus a homogeneous society that is united by their the church, and also their society, how they work is like chief is the all important person for them, right? So under this context, we are here about to become yet another Kashmiri Pandit in the making. So this is all that I wanted to, say. We are really reaching out to all of you for help, and in fact, we are thinking of even begging in the streets very soon. That's all from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me quickly go to over the stairs. Blood.
I see. We would like to take all the comments from all the current speakers, and then
Yeah,
we'll move towards winding up. So we'll
yeah,
take
yeah, yeah, yeah.
closing comments from everyone. I think Vladimir is stuck actually, so I'll move down Vladimir and
It's
bring
stuck
him
on
up again.
co-host. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
only
he's
you
stuck on
can.
course.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So who was next? I
blood,
see.
blood.
Who was next? Blood. Okay. Yeah, let's go to Blood.
Yes, thank you, Truth. Vladimir has a problem with his network. I would suggest Mr. Methi Heritage Society or Vinong. It would be easier to conduct the proceedings then. So I was, hearing all of the people, and it was Mr. Naresh ji who had probably said something about the finances and the financial situation that the Meiti community is right now in. Well, obviously, when you're fighting narco terrorists, the finances are on their side. When the finances are on their side, the weapons are also on their side, weapons and ammunition. And when the finances are on their side, you can obviously buy power brokers that happen to be in Delhi. Now, I will not name them all, but people are aware who am I talking about. It is a long drawn process, and Naresh ji, you are not the only. I mean, Meiti community is not the only community that has a millstone around its neck about carrying Hinduism. It is all across the board, all over India. I have categorically stated it in earlier spaces, and I will say it again that the Hindu community is in India is an eighth grade citizen, or I'd say eighth standard citizen. The Indian state is inherently anti-Hindu. Look at all the decisions that are taken, be it in the Supreme Court or be it in the High Court. I mean, when you try to fight up for Hindu causes, you are literally shoved down. So I will not take a lot of your time. There are many more esteemed speakers amongst us, and let us hear from Mr. Manipur Talks. And once again, Mr. Indian Troll, I would humbly suggest that please make Mr. Meiti Heritage Society the co-host, if he still accepts, or Vinong.
Sure.
Hi.
Yeah, let's go to Manipur. Yeah, right.
Did my name come up? Okay. All right. So I think I'll have to go back a little, a few steps back. I think there were two questions raised. One was, Meitei was given a chance to become ST, and Meitei's rejected it. Why now, right? And the second question was, Believers political class are also involved in the trade. So I think I wanted to clarify on these two questions. Um, the first, I believe both of these questions are based on false or wrong premises, and I need to tell you why. Right. So the premise is wrong in both the questions. First is why ST rejected in 1950s, and then why are you demanding now? Right. So I believe it is this is logically flawed, because just because it was rejected 70 years ago doesn't mean we cannot seek it through proper channels now, right? Reminder that for 10 years the files have been sitting on the government of Manipur's table, right? So we are going through the proper channel to demand it. And I'll still go ahead and tell you why, right? Why we are doing it. First thing is the decision was taken by a handful of people, selected few, who did not consult all the
Manipuri
rest of
talk. I'm
them.
so sorry. I need to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. I've been hearing this. Maitai has
Mhm.
denied it. Okay. I'm so sorry. My
Hold
apologies
on,
for
Satya,
interrupting.
Satya,
Okay.
Satya,
एक
hold
मिनट
on.
सर एक
No
मिनट बहुत
interruptions,
लोग
please.
बोल रहे हैं कब से कि डिनाई कर रहे
Hold on, man. I don't run the spaces like this. So, yeah, let him speak, please. Yes, Manipur, continue, please. Manipur, please unmute yourself and continue.
Yeah. Thank you. So it was decided by a handful of people, and they not consulted all the representatives, right? And I also don't agree with some of my Meitei brothers and sisters who believe that certain Hindu practices actually alienated or aggravated the situation to make the tribes look like a, what do you say, lower class or whatnot, right? I believe it is not the Meitei's doing, or it's not the Hindus' practices, because there was a larger force called Christianity, right? Christianity, through the Christian missionary forces, have been working in the region for a long time. And there are thousands or maybe hundreds of factors that were at their disposal, and one of them could be, yes, our, what you said, discriminatory practices during those time, but it is only one of those factors. There are many other factors like economic situation and whatnot. Christian missionaries know all of these factors, and they exploit it to convert the people anyway, right? If we were not following Hindu or whatever, they would have still done it. For example, in Nagaland, did any section in Nagaland, betrayed or discriminated against other tribes? No, right? So there are many states like that. I mean, so we are just trying to internalize the problem, because a lot of the people keep saying this, right? Okay, yes, our words have hurt some people, some section of the people. That's why they're going in that direction and whatnot. But actually, it is not, right? Christian missionary forces work in a different way, and they work across the globe. Okay, so they'll try to find the local factors, exploit them to achieve what they want, and with with those Hindu practices and all that, those contributed very, very minorly. Now let me come back. So I was saying that empirically speaking, right? This this notion that certain Hindu practices actually led people to alienate themselves, and even to the extent of converting to Christianity and all. It's actually not true. And let me come back to the second point that was raised, right? And I think this questions, this topic is discussed in many forums. They're saying, okay, cookies are not the only one who are involved in the drug trades, right? Drug business. A lot of the political, influential people from the valley are also, part of this drug business, right? So I think this is again based on a false premise. Just because people have been participating, it doesn't mean we cannot stop. At least when someone is trying to stop this, when the government is trying to stop this is where we put an end to our past and say, all right, going forward, we're going to stop it together, right? You cannot say that, yeah, since you are also involved, we are going to look the other way, right? So we should not be doing that, and I think we should fight this. See, I'll tell you, since this event exploded in Manipur since May 3rd, right? you know the routes are obviously stopped, right? All the highways are blocked now, due to which Mizoram has become the epicenter of drug trade now, right? In the month of May and June alone, I think they have got more than 100 crores of drugs. Just imagine, those are the ones that were caught. What about those which were not caught? It would have reached the market already, and this is going to India. Just imagine, right? All these larger forces that are at play here. This has to be understood first before we actually try to localize and say you participate and you're also part of it, right? Because at the end, what will we do is, if we try to localize too much, if we look at the trees and miss out on the forest, what will happen is we'll blame each other, but we will never find a solution. So we need to, in both the context, why ST was rejected, and why valley-based politicians are part of the drug business. We need to look at it from the larger perspective and decide what needs to be done next. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Let's
you, Manip.
keep it rolling. Who's next? Blood का हो गया? Then it's whispering. What है? Whispers. Yeah. Innovative नाम लेके आते.
Hello, can I speak?
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you. I just wanted to share some of my personal experiences on the matter of Christian conversion and church control. And it's directly linked to the survival of Meitei Hindus. We are the last Hindus essentially in the Northeast region. Once we are gone, it will be harder for any other Hindu to even go there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
That we can hear you, but ma'am, I'll correct you. There are a lot of Hindus in Assam as well. So ये इतना grand statement
No, but
will not go
Assam
down well.
is not. Assam is not on the extreme northeast. I'm talking about the extreme border region.
Okay, okay, I get your point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, Maitai tend to be very simple, happy-go-lucky people, and very forgiving and short-sighted, accommodating, and sometimes this is really harmful for us. So my experience in the 90s when I was in school, I started my schooling at a convent school. It's considered one of the best in Manipur, and it is one of the best, directly funded by the church. And whereas the public schools have lack of funding and often have comparatively like not as good teachers as the convent schools. So, in I remember that when I was in school, I was being sold Bible books and other related Christian books like that. And as a child, this was really when I was like maybe in KG1 and class 1 or something like that. So early on, I didn't understand the meaning of these things. And my friends bought the books. So, like everybody else, I also wanted to have the books. So I came back home with the books, and my father, who is a Brahmin, I'm a Brahmin. So he saw the books and he was really angry that these are being sold in the school. So he realized that the introduction to Christianity and the indoctrination started really early on like that. And he was really angry about it. So he took me to school and he raised a complaint about this. But the teachers just said that it falls on individual responsibility. the child bought it, so it's her responsibility. So we couldn't do anything about that. And my father took me out of that school just so, because children are very impressionable. So he realized that, and then he took me out from that school and lodged me into a public school. So this was my experience, and this is in all in the 90s. And another distant relative, Hindu Brahmin, uh, so he converted to Christianity at that time. And my father used to go to him and just ask why did he convert, and just teach him about Hinduism and all that, and he absolutely used to refuse to listen. And he was the only son of his father, and the rest were sisters, and the father was really sick and he unfortunately died. And the last rites were is supposed to be done by the son, right? But these people who are recently converted, they are allotted a father. I know this because my father used to go to him and I used to just tag along. And so they are allotted a father who is in direct control of this recently convertee, and he sort of manages this person. So he was told where to go, what to attend, what not to do, all of that. So the last rites were supposed to be done by the son, of course, and the he unfortunately refused to come, refused to attend, because his manager, the father, said that his loyalty is being tested. So this is sort of the inner happenings in the Christian conversion realm. And then also his main objective, he didn't understand much of Christianity, and this is shared by many people. He didn't understand a lot of Christianity nor Hinduism. I think he personally, because missionaries directly provide some sort of visas and travel opportunities for them to go around the world and all that. So people who want to travel and use these opportunities, these visas, to settle down at different places, they take up Christianity. So that's how it happened in the 90s. And and then coming back to this 3rd May, as soon as the violence started and everything went crazy on Twitter, Father David, who's the president and global CEO of the president and CEO of the Global Christian Relief in the U.S. State Department, he was one of the main people who started this religious angle thing. As soon as the violence started, since many of the Christians are there in the U.S. With through the help of missionaries, they alerted them, I suppose, and he started the religious angle that Christians are being killed off in the Northeast region. And then Father Walter Fernandez was also on current topper saying the same things. And then recently, Thomas Rees, Father U.S. missionary, he tried to take the Indian visa to come and um, help. Help. I don't know. I don't know what he wanted to do. I suppose increase some Christianity power, and so you can see that all of these powerful people are directly uh, sort of like funding this and funding this war as well, apart from the narco terrorism and other things. So there is definitely a Christian angle in this. Sorry, that's all. That's all I wanted to
Sure,
say.
sure, Whispers. Just a quick question. So currently, are you in Manipur? What sort of Christian activity you can see in main Imphal region?
No, I'm not in Manipur. I was mostly educated outside Manipur, boarding schools. Uh, because my father started seeing these things in the 90s, and in the 90s we had some insurgency issues and all of that, which has now gone since the BJP came into power completely, and Manipur has changed completely. And so I'm not aware of who's directly responsible. I just know that these three people have really gone public regarding the Christian angle on Twitter and all over the media. David Curry, Father Walter Fernandez, and Thomas Rees. The two of them are in the U.S. State Department, I think.
Sure. Let's move to the next speaker.
No, because even one of the most interesting things which happened was that I've never seen Mrs. Sonia Gandhi ever come on TV whenever any kind of violence has happened between communities in this. I'm very surprised that she came on TV regarding this about the violence where there was a sizable Christian majority also involved. So not saying anything much, but interesting observation, Amiri. Okay.
No, I
This
think
one,
it happened. If you remember,
huh?
I still remember that happened during Gujarat Christian rights, not the
Yeah, yeah.
Muslim
Well,
rights.
Christian
The
rights
Gujarat
me
Christian
wo,
rights.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there were
So
Christian rights in Gujarat, I think in 90s, late 90s or early 2000s, in the tribal areas. And then also she had come out at that time as well, if my
hmm,
memory serves right. Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. But Vishnu, I want to ask you a question because your location is same as mine. So what is is there anything which happened on Federation Square or anywhere, any protest or this which
No,
the
nothing,
Metis have raised?
nothing here.
Nothing, no, that because haven't found any protest or anything happened here in Melbourne. So I was curious because you may be more inclined towards have more contacts. Because anything planned? How big is the Maiti community here?
It's quite small, maybe around 16 people.
16 people. Okay, that was a बहुत ही कम है यार. That was बहुत ही कम है. Yeah, but anyway, if you do plan to have something, give me a shout. I'll definitely come there as well.
Sure. And just I just wanted to add one public health perspective as well. This may have not been raised elsewhere and may not be applicable to the current issue. But just on the matter of poppy cultivation, I found out that they are using the Monsanto Roundup herbicide uh, in a massive scale to for the growth of poppies, and because this Roundup destroys all herbicide and destroys the entire ecosystem, native ecosystem. And there was a big class action against Monsanto Roundup in developed countries like the US and Australia, you may be knowing, around the 2000s. And the people won in billions of dollars. And this was sort of banned in developed countries, but it's still being sold and used in countries like India, medium income countries. And this uh, through an interview of Biren and the lady, I forget the name, the lady officer who someone must be knowing, but uh, Brinda, sorry. So she, in one of her interviews, had mentioned that they use Roundup. So, like I said, it destroys entire ecosystems, and this the class action lawsuit was actually because many studies, uh, there's proven evidence that it is directly linked to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is a type of cancer. And I just checked, I just checked some scientific papers if regarding this, and I saw a really like hike and increase in incidence of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, the cancer, in Manipur. So there is definitely leaching on the ground level, and it must have gone into the river or systems and everything.
Yeah.
And this is again going to this from all, apart from all of the violence, is going to destroy
Yeah,
us, apart from the addiction as
I'll have to. I'll have to stop you because we'll have to. We're trying to wind up, but we'll have another session also because I think there's a lot to talk about. Especially, we'll focus it more on the next
yeah.
section. Indian, we'll focus it more about this drugs, the whole culture impact on
Yeah.
the local society, how does the economics work, and then how are the local police, the armed forces, or the politicians, how
Okay.
they
And
may
I
not
want
be
to
interlinked.
discuss in the next round one more
Yeah.
very important aspect is that the support the cookies are getting from overseas forces and the support our Metis people are getting from other parts of India, how they stack up, and are they proportionate or they are disproportionate,
Hmm.
and do they meet their expectations or not? And that is a very important issue which we need to discuss as well. So
Yeah, yeah.
that
That,
we'll
that's a
keep
good.
for the
We,
next
we we'll
space,
set
which
up. Most probably, it will be next Saturday only, or if it is earlier, it will be either hosted by Troll or by me, either one of us. So keep a watch out for any one of our tweets. We might want to change some things up. And
yeah.
before we go, Ajay, एक second, I'll just say, Satya, you had something to say regarding that discussion which was happening. So I will give you a chance to speak now because you've been holding out for a long time. Yeah, Satya, are you there?
तो ओके, थैंक यू सर देने के लिए।
Hmm.
मैं क्विक रखूंगा इसको। आई एम ऑल्सो फ्रॉम इम्फाल। ठीक है, तो मुझे इन एंड आउट उधर का जो भी है बचपन से जो भी है देखा है सब। तो मैं ये चीज पूछूंगा सारे एक्सपर्ट्स जो बैठे हैं, सब ये नैरेटिव में फॉल कर रहे हैं कि जब आपको दिया गया था 70 82 या फिर 75 साल पहले, तो आपने क्यों नहीं लिया। तो मुझे ये जानना है कि किसी के पास ऐसा डॉक्यूमेंट है क्या जो बता सके कि हमको ऑफर किया गया था, एसी लेना है क्या, और किसी ने ये बोला कि नहीं हमें नहीं चाहिए। ऐसा कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है? क्योंकि मेरे अंडरस्टैंडिंग में ये है कि जब पूछा ही नहीं गया तो ना कौन बोलेगा। समझ रहे हो, जब आप लिस्ट बना रहे हो और आपको पूछा ही नहीं गया कि तुम्हें चाहिए बेटा कि नहीं चाहिए, और किसी ने जवाब जवाब कहाँ से एक्सपेक्ट करोगे? क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए ना जवाब देने के लिए। पहला चीज ये, ठीक है, दिस इज फॉर एवरी वन हु इज अग्रीइंग टू द फैक्ट दैट कि इट वॉज गिवन टू अस बट फ्यू पीपल रिजेक्टेड इट। आई डोंट फाइंड एनी डॉक्यूमेंट्स एनीवेयर मेंशनिंग दैट समबडी हैज रिजेक्टेड इट। अगर मेरे को दिखा दे तो आई विल हैप्पीली एक्सेप्ट। ठीक है।
Fair enough. That's a well, and that's something I'll leave for Vladimir hai kya? नहीं, Vladimir है नहीं अभी, but
हाँ सर।
whoever वो say please next time वो एक document तो कुछ तो reference लेके आ जाओ कि भाई
जी
इनसे
सर,
पूछा
यही
गया था.
यही मेरा
Maybe
पॉइंट।
it can be a paper cutting of that time as well,
करेक्ट करेक्ट
where
सर।
they might have said
नहीं
कि
तो
हमें
सर कैसा
पूछा
हो
था,
जाता है ना,
right?
कोई भी पूछेगा गाय क्या देती है, सबके दिमाग ये है कि गाय दूध देती है। अरे गाय का आप इस्तेमाल करोगे तो वो अन्न भी देगी, गेहूं भी देगी, चावल भी देगी। तो पूछना चाहिए ना गाय आपने किस लिए यूज किया है। तो ये चीज है मेरा। ओके, सो वी नीड टू क्वेश्चन। ओके, वी जस्ट डोंट फॉल इनटू नैरेटिव। एनीवन सेइंग एनीथिंग, जस्ट क्वेश्चन कहाँ पे क्या है और किसने बोला करके। सेकंड सर, एक चीज ये बोल के मैं खत्म करूंगा। हम सब ने रामायण अभी सुन लिया, एक्चुअल रामायण भी हम सब ने पढ़ा रहेगा। अभी यहाँ पे तीन कैटेगरी, तीन कैरेक्टर्स मैं बताऊंगा। एक है राम जो है मैतेई, एक है सीता जो है मणिपुर की इंटेग्रिटी, और एक है रावण जो है कुकी। अभी इसमें लक्ष्मण नागा लोग को बनना है नहीं बनना वो लोग डिसाइड करेंगे। तो हो रहा ये कि कोई छीनना चाहता है, हम तो फाइट करेंगे जब तक हमारी सीता माता घर नहीं आ जाती। सिंपल सा ये है सर रेजोल्यूशन। हम ना किसी को हम कोई दुख पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। जब तक रह रहे थे हम लोग ने रहने दिया, हमको कोई इश्यू नहीं। कभी भी किसी ने रेज नहीं किया कि आप क्रिश्चियन हो नॉन क्रिश्चियन हो, क्या करते हो, क्या खाते हो, क्या पीते हो। हम लोग जाते हैं सबके घर में, सारे त्योहार हम लोग मनाते हैं, एक दूसरे का इन्वाइट भी करते हैं। लेकिन अगर कोई ये हद पे आ जाए कि आपका जो बचा कुचा चीज है उसको भी लेने की कोशिश करे और आपके घर पे आ जाए, आपकी फैमिली पे आ जाए, तो सर हम तो नहीं रुकेंगे। वो एक पॉइंट है। अगर कोई कुकी भाई सुन रहा है तो सुन लीजिए ये चीज, क्योंकि इट इज बियॉन्ड द लिमिट। आप किसी को इतना डरा दोगे ना तो वो डर खत्म हो जाता है, और डर खत्म हो जाएगा ना फिर आप देखोगे नहीं क्या है सामने। ये पॉइंट है। तो इंस्टिगेट मत करिए। और फ्यू चीजें वेरी क्विक, मैत्री जो भी डिमांड कर रहे हैं, कोई भी मुझे बोल दे कि कहीं पे गलत है तो वो डिमांड हम लोग बंद कर देंगे। पहला, हम लोग बोल रहे कि इलीगल इमिग्रेशन बंद कराओ, ये गलत डिमांड है। अगर आपको आना है आप पासपोर्ट बनाओ, वीजा लो, आओ दिल्ली के एयरपोर्ट में उतरो, बॉम्बे के एयरपोर्ट में उतरो, मेहमान बनो हमारे। ठीक है, वो भी नहीं करना है। बस पकड़ के आओ लेकिन वीजा पासपोर्ट लेके आओ, वो भी नहीं कर रहे। सेकंड, ड्रग कोई उगाता है, हम बोलते ड्रग उगाना बंद कर दो। इसमें कोई किसी ने गलत बोल दिया है? हैज एनीबडी इज आस्किंग एनीथिंग रॉन्ग हियर? नहीं। अभी कुछ लोग बोलते हैं पॉपी उगाना चाहिए। अरे क्यों उगाओगे भाई, वो उगाने वाला चीज नहीं है। और कभी कभी इसको हम लोग दारू के साथ कंपेयर करते हैं। दारू तो आप एयरपोर्ट में लेके जा सकते हो लीगली सर, 5 बोतल आप लेके जा सकते हो 6 लीटर तक, ट्रक लेके जाओ आप, पड़ेंगे डंडे आपको, कहाँ का डंडा डालेगा किसी को समझ में नहीं आएगा। तो ये पॉइंट है। तो ये फिजूल के ये जो इसको बोलते हैं ना ड्राई आर्ग्यूमेंट्स विच डज नॉट हैव एनी बेसिस। और अगर कोई डिमांड करता है एसटी चाहिए, एससी चाहिए, फलाना चाहिए, वो कोर्ट का दरवाजा ठुकठुका रहा है। वो बोल रहे सर न्याय दे दो, अगर कोर्ट पे लगे न्याय देने लायक है तो दे देगा, नहीं है तो बोलते नहीं भाई घर पे आराम से बैठो। अभी इसमें मार धाड़ करने की क्या जरूरत है। अगर कल को मेरे घर के सामने कोई बोलेगा मेरे को रेनोवेशन करना है, मेरा घर अच्छा करना है, दिवाली आ रहा है, मैं बोलता नहीं तेरा घर और अच्छा हो जाए मेरे से, तू नहीं करा सकता। ये कौन सा लॉजिक है भाई। तुम तो इतने दिन से अपना घर अच्छा करके रखे हो, जब हमको चाहिए तो हमको दो ना भाई। तकलीफ है तो बताओ क्या तकलीफ है। तो ये सब फालतूगिरी वाला चीज है जो मेरे को किसी हद तक समझ में नहीं आता। और एक चीज है सर, बहुत सारे लोग ने तो कुछ पॉइंट डाले जो मेरे दिमाग में है। एक ने एग्जांपल दिया था अयोध्या में कुछ होगा तो आप लोग को मेन लैंडर्स को दुख होगा। सर अयोध्या में कुछ होगा तो मुझे भी दुख होगा। इसमें मेन लैंडर्स और मणिपुरी नहीं है, इसमें हिंदू की बात है और हम लोग हिंदू हैं। कहीं पे भी कुछ होगा मंदिर में हमारे धर्म के ऊपर, हमको तकलीफ होगी सर, चुप नहीं बैठेंगे, सिंपल इज दैट। सेकेंड चीज, अगर एक मणिपुर का एक बंदा, एक व्यक्ति जिसका सरनेम आरके है, अगर वो बोलता है,
Satya,
रुके रुको रुको
if you
एक मिनट, लेट
quickly
मी कंप्लीट,
wind up.
लेट मी कंप्लीट सर। हाँ,
Yeah,
अगर
yeah,
आरके है
yeah.
और आरके बोलता है कि मुझे नहीं पसंद, वो उसका इंडिविजुअल लुक है। आप सारे आरके को इसमें मत डालो ना, क्योंकि मेरे बहुत सारे आरके दोस्त हैं जो मेरे को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अभी, उसको मैं क्या बोलूं अभी। तो वी नीड टू एज अ Maitai also we need to understand, as a Hindu also we need to understand, within the Hindu we should not start otherization। ब्राह्मण भी हिंदू है, हम भी हिंदू हैं, और जितने भी हिंदू कैटेगरी में आते हैं सब हिंदू है, सिंपल एज दैट। कीप एस अ हिंदू अम्ब्रेला, तब जाके हम लोग इनसे फाइट कर पाएंगे। हम लोग क्यों पीछे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे बीच में ना यूनिटी कम है। एक बार यूनाइट हो जाएंगे ना तो सबकी है ना हो जाएगी, बजेगी सबकी बारी बारी से। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग मी टाइम।
Thank you. Let's go to Avinash. He's
Can I?
been waiting for a while. Avinash, yeah, you are next, but please keep it very short. Let's say in 60 seconds. Yeah, thank you.
Huh. So only one thing which I wanted to say, I may exceed 60 seconds, but 120 seconds max. Only one thing which I wanted to say, one thing which I'm trying to do this. You need to make communities on Telegram. Okay, so I don't know, many of them people have seen or not. There is a Twitter page and Instagram page known as Random Sena. है ना, उनका कैसा काम है, they target a guy, for example some post was there जिसमें सोल्जर का एड्रेस किसने वो कौन सायम करके कौन है उसने रिलीज करा। तो अभी ऐसा ग्रुप होना चाहिए जिसके अंदर स्ट्राइक करा जाए। जैसे स्ट्राइक कैसा होता है ना कि एक बार में सब लोगों ने अटैक करा, उसका पोस्ट इतना ज्यादा रिपोर्ट करो या उसके पोस्ट में इतना कमेंट करो कि बेचारा मतलब इतने लोगों को टैग करो, मतलब दैट गाय जिसको टैग हो रहा है उसका दिमाग ही खराब हो जाएगी, कौन है मेरे को टैग कर रहा है। मतलब दैट, मतलब इफ वी स्टैंड एज अ कम्युनिटी एंड इफ वी मतलब वो जो ट्विटर पे हैशटैग कैसे ट्रेंड होता है ना, वो इस कारण से होता है कि एक बार में सब लोगों ने वो करा। मतलब आई एम नॉट सेइंग, मतलब मेरा ये कहना है कि आई एम नॉट फ्रॉम मणिपुर, आई एम नॉट फ्रॉम आई एम नॉट Maithei, आई एम नो वन, आई एम जस्ट एन guy who is in Indore, who has given his started accountancy examination and he is awaiting, अभी वो रिजल्ट आ गया और वो पास हो गया है। और अब वो है कि मतलब मेरे को जब टाइम था तब मैंने सोचा, मैं जब लोगों को देखा इसको प्रोटेस्ट करते हुए तब मेरे को वो ऐसा लगा कि यार मेरे को मदद करना चाहिए, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम हेल्पिंग। So this is the first thing which I wanted, and the second thing which I want is that everyone should write this editorials। ये जो मतलब क्विंट पे लिख पा रहे, क्विंट पे लिख पा रहे हैं, तो ये मतलब ये why is everyone able to write this on Quint, why we are not able to write? तो
यार
क्या मतलब,
अविनाश, मेरे को एक चीज का जवाब दो, तुमने कितने लिख दी?
अरे सर मैं चार्टेड मेरे को एडिटर तो हो नहीं, मेरे को तो
नहीं नहीं, फिर ये
मजदूर का भी
ज्ञान
कुछ भी
मत
नहीं पता।
बांटो ना, जब तुम खुद नहीं कर
नहीं
सकते तो फिर दूसरों को क्यों ज्ञान बांट रहे हो?
सर
ये मेरे
सर सर
को, दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम
नहीं
आई
नहीं,
हैव।
व्हाट आई थिंक,
ज्ञान
नो
बांट
नो,
रहे सब लोग
व्हाट आई
आते, मैं
थिंक,
पूछता
नहीं नहीं
तुमने किया? तुम अगर
नहीं
सीए
नहीं,
हो तो
देखो,
तुम्हारी अंग्रेजी तो बाकियों से अच्छी होगी, तुमने क्यों नहीं लिखा?
अरे
हाँ,
जिसको मणिपुर का कुछ पता ही नहीं
प्लीज
है, जो
दैट्स
मणिपुर
एडवाइस
को,
विच यू योरसेल्फ हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड। ये ये वो फिर वो ज्ञान बांटना हर किसी को आता है, सिंपल सी
ज्ञान
चीज है
बांटना,
भाई।
नहीं ज्ञान बांटना तो फिर
हाँ।
देना, आप लोगों ने कम्युनिटी बना क्यों नहीं दिया? मतलब ये तो
हम्म।
इतना सिंपल सी बात है। मतलब एवरीवन शुड हैव मेड दिस थिंग एंड अभी तक
नहीं,
तो
वो मेरा आइडिया
तो
नहीं
ज्यादा
था,
इतने
आपका
लोग हैं।
आइडिया, आपने क्यों नहीं बनाई कम्युनिटी, मुझे बताओ, आपका
मैंने
आइडिया है,
बनाने
क्यों
का
नहीं बनाई?
ट्राई भी करा सर, वो व्लादिमीर जी से पूछिए, मैंने बनाने का ट्राई करा, 3 लोगों ने सिर्फ सब्सक्राइब करा टेलीग्राम पे। ओ व्हाट आई कुड डू, मेरा कोई अकाउंट तो है ही नहीं ट्विटर पे, मैंने ट्विटर पे अकाउंट अभी बनाया है। मैं तो ट्विटर पे ही नहीं हूँ ना, मेरा जिसका फॉलोअर 100 होगा फॉलोअर।
मतलब फिर तुम्हारा आइडिया वर्थ नहीं है, सीधी सी बात है।
पर तो
now
नहीं
come
नहीं
come
सर,
to the point। नहीं नहीं,
देखो लो
वेलकम
अभी,
टू द पॉइंट। भाई इसमें क्या होता है कि खुद करना
हैव यू
होता है,
सीन
यू
रैंडम
फर्स्ट
सेना?
बिकम द लीड, यू बिकम द लीड, स्टार्ट
Sir, I
राइटिंग।
have become the lead. Only 3 people have subscribed, in which one was Vladimir ji. You ask him ना, वो मैं आपको लिंक भी भेज दूंगा टेलीग्राम का, मैंने जो बनाया था मैं आपको भेज दूंगा। आई एम नॉट सेइंग दिस। आप पहले रैंडम सेना को देखो, मैं कोई जोक नहीं कर रहा हूँ या मैं कोई नया मन से कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं ला रहा हूँ। मैं अभी अगर वो नरेश जी है, मेरे को नहीं पता, उनका बहुत बार देखोगे मैंने कितने इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को जैसे वो पोस्ट करते हैं मैंने उनको कितना हॉन्ट करा है। ही ऑल्सो नोज दैट आई हैव टैग्ड मेनी ऑफ देम, एंड मैं जो भी
Yeah,
कर सकता
okay,
हूँ वो मैंने
Avinder.
करा।
यार लोगों को
Okay, I
इन्फ्लुएंसर
see.
को टैग
Let's
करना
move
नहीं
on.
होता,
Okay,
खुद इन्फ्लुएंसर बनो।
टैग नहीं, अरे
okay.
खुद
सर,
बनो।
Let's
वो
move
एक
on from
कहावत
this.
है, सुनो, खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से कुछ पूछे, बता तेरी रजा क्या है। दूसरों पे मत
सर
डिपेंडेंट रहो, स्टार्ट वर्किंग योरसेल्फ ऑन।
नहीं स्टार्ट वर्किंग तो
दूसरों
सर,
को देखना बंद करो। मैंने
इन्फ्लुएंसर को
स्टार्ट
टैग
किया था
करना मतलब कोई
नियरली
मैंने सिर्फ
नियरली सर
@
एक
डाल के
साल।
टैग नहीं करा है।
अरे रुको यार, अभी सुन लो, अब ज्ञान बांट रहे हैं ना, तो सुन लिया करो। मैं एक साल पहले ट्विटर पे आया था, ये एक साल से भी कम हो गया। इट टुक एन एफर्ट टू रीच वेयर आई हैव रीच्ड। वो इंडियन ट्रोल मेरे से भी बाद में आया था। इट टुक एन एफर्ट टू रीच वेयर आई हैड, बट वी पिक्ड अप अ लाइन एंड वी स्टार्टेड वर्किंग आउट दिस। इट टेक्स टाइम, यू हैव टू स्लोली डेवलप योर
Exactly.
ओन नीश।
IC is absolutely right that we have conducted this space in such a manner, because that's what was my idea, that who doesn't have a iota of a clue about the Manipur issue. So we started right from the history of Manipur, and then we went to the current crisis. So anyone who will listen to this space or the recording of this space, which will be up, and this will be posted to YouTube, anyone can write an article listening to this space. So what you're waiting for, someone take the lead and write an article, tweet it, make a summary, and post it. And that's the precise reason. So more and more people are educated, aware, and then know what's the actual problem. Right, I see?
सर आई वांट टू जस्ट टेल वन थिंग, यू रियली थिंक सो दैट फर्स्ट पोस्ट जो बड़ा बड़ा
Yes, yes.
ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है
अविनाश
उनको,
अविनाश
कैन यू अप्रोच देम,
आपका पॉइंट
कैन
आ
यू
गया,
अप्रोच
आपका पॉइंट आ गया, आपका
नहीं
पॉइंट आ
होगा,
गया.
इट विल टेक टाइम फॉर यू टू डेवलप दैट थिंग। ठीक है। अब द पॉइंट इज, एज यू कीप राइटिंग, अब डॉक्टर साहब ऊपर बैठे हुए हैं, ही इज अ फेयरली लार्ज अकाउंट। ठीक है। ओवर 145,000 पीपल। तुम डॉक्टर साहब से पूछ लेते हैं, ही रेगुलरली कम्स इन माय एंड ट्रोल स्पेस, वो क्यों आते हैं? मैं कोई इतना बड़ा अकाउंट नहीं हूँ, ठीक है। चलो ट्रोल को भी इग्नोर कर दो, वो तभी बड़ा है, मैं इतना बड़ा, व्हाई डज ही कम? डॉक्टर साहब आप ही बता दो, व्हाई डू यू कम टू माय स्पेसेस?
जी बिल्कुल। जय श्री राम, हर हर महादेव सभी को। आईसीजी का मैं बहुत सालों से फॉलो करता हूँ और वो बहुत अच्छे से हमारे राष्ट्र के लिए और इस राष्ट्र को आगे ले जाने के लिए सभी विषयों को सामने रखते हैं, खुली चर्चा करते हैं, सभी विचारों के विरोधी भी होगा तो उसके अच्छे से सुनते हैं, प्रश्न पूछते हैं और इसीलिए उनके विषय में आना सभी को अच्छा लगता है। आज भी मैं आईसी बंधु को होस्ट है ये देखकर भी आया हूँ। होस्ट भी अभी हमारे अच्छे से परिचित है और ख़ास करके साथ में उन्होंने को होस्ट जो लिए हैं ना मैथी हेरिटेज सोसाइटी, मुझे लगता है कि इस स्पेस में सचमुच में मणिपुर के विषय में और मैथई कुकी के विषय में सीरियस डिस्कशन होगा, इसीलिए आए हैं। और आईसीजी ने जो पूछा है, किसी को ऑफेंड होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो बहुत अच्छे से सजेशन दे रहे हैं कि अगर किसी को भी किसी विषय में काम करना है तो कैसे करना चाहिए, इसका वो सजेशन दे रहे हैं। ऑफेंड होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हाँ, हम सब लोगों का उद्देश्य एक ही है, इस विषय को समझना और इस राष्ट्र के लिए मणिपुर मैथई के लोगों के साथ जुड़कर इस विषय से आगे जाकर मणिपुर को एक स्ट्रांग हमारे देश का एक बहुत अच्छा राज्य बनाना, इसके लिए हम सब संकल्पित है। कृपया कोई भी ऑफेंड होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, सबका उद्देश्य एक है। और आईसीजी ने जो कहा, हमेशा हम उनके साथ आते
अच्छा
हैं
डॉक्टर
क्योंकि वे
साहब,
सही विषय है।
थैंक यू फॉर योर काइंड वर्ड, पर मेरा क्योंकि सिंस यू आर फ्रॉम, you have a political backing, you are in a political arena. करंट गवर्नमेंट का क्या एफर्ट्स है, बिकॉज ये नियरली 2 महीने हो गया है, व्हाट आर द कॉन्क्रीट स्टेप्स जो करंट गवर्नमेंट ले रही है, बोथ फ्रॉम द सेंटर एंड द स्टेट, विच वी एंड आपको क्या लगता है कि कितने दिन तक और चलेगी ये इशू? अब ये 2 महीने हो गए अब नियरली, इफ यू कुड शेड सम लाइट ऑन
आईसी बंधु, एक बात मैं थोड़ा सा खुलकर कहता हूँ, सब लोग कृपया इसे ध्यान में रखिए। अभी अगर इस विषय को थोड़ा एक पॉइंट पहले रखता हूँ। देखिए, हिंदुस्तान की व्यवस्था में हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के राज्यों में पहले से ही एमपीज की जगह कम थी, इसलिए कोलकाता के पार भी कोई हिंदुस्तान है, इसका इम्पोर्टेंस कभी हमारे पिछले 70 सालों में कहीं पर भी दिया ही नहीं है। ना हमारे एजुकेशन मैकेनिकी सिस्टम में, हमारे स्कूल के ज्योग्राफी में नहीं बताया जाता, हिस्ट्री में नहीं बताया जाता। मैं जब अखिल भारतीय विद्यार्थी परिषद का काम करता था, मुझे अभी भी याद है, हमने एक सर्वे किया था जिसमें पूछा था कि व्हाट इज मिजोरम। तो 80% लोगों ने, 4 अल्टरनेट्स थे, तो 80% स्टूडेंट्स ने उत्तर दिया था एल्डर ब्रदर ऑफ श्री राम। यानी मैं बच्चों को दोष नहीं दे रहा हूँ, पिछले 70 सालों की सरकारों ने, हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 7 राज्य है और वो सारे के सारे हमारे बंधु है, उनका एक रिच हिस्ट्री है, हिंदुस्तान के लिए कंट्रीब्यूशन है और वो आज भी हिंदुस्तान के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं, ये बताया नहीं है। निग्लिजेंस इतना डर्टी है ऐसी बंधु कि आप सबको याद दिलवाना चाहता हूं कि जब पहली बार बाईचुंग भूतिया जैसा टैलेंटेड फुटबॉल प्लेयर दिल्ली में खेलने के लिए आया था, तो दिल्ली के एयरपोर्ट पर उनसे बोला गया था कि वेयर इज योर पासपोर्ट एंड वीजा। उन्होंने कहा था अरे मैं हिंदुस्तानी हूं। तो वो कस्टम्स वाले पूछते थे नहीं नहीं तुम तो चीनी हो, हमें झूठ मत बोलो, पासपोर्ट और वीजा दो। वापस जाने के बाद बाईचिंग भूतिया ने रोते हुए प्रेस लिया था और कहा था देखो वो हमें हिंदुस्तानी नहीं समझते। और इन चीज़ों का फायदा बहुत बड़े प्रमाण में मिशनरियों ने लिया, कन्वर्जन किया। हमारा धर्मांतरण को पहले विरोध नहीं था, धर्मांतरण एक अलग चीज हम मानते थे, लेकिन जो मेघालय 1947 में 12% क्रिश्चियन था, खुशी से हिंदुस्तान में आया था, आज 82% क्रिश्चियन बनने के बाद कहता है इंडियन डॉग्स गो अवे फ्रॉम हियर, या वी आर खांसी बाय एक्सीडेंट, वी आर खांसी बाय ब्लड, इंडियन बाय एक्सीडेंट। धर्मांतरण से राष्ट्र, और इसलिए यह एक बेहद क्रिमिनल निग्लिजेंस रहा 70 सालों की सरकारों का। और मैं चाहता हूं आप सबसे कि इसका भी ध्यान रखा जाए। मुझे 1 मिनट दीजिए, एक फोन आ रहा है, वापस कनेक्ट होता हूं क्योंकि तब आवाज जाएगी। प्लीज, सॉरी फॉर इट आशीष जी।
नो प्रॉब्लम
थैंक यू
सर।
डॉक्टर साहब। तो
पर
एक और मैं एक
वो
चीज,
जोक बड़ा मस्त था। व्हाट इज मिजोरम, एल्डर ब्रदर, क्या फादर ऑफ श्री राम? सही में दैट्स नॉट एक्चुअली, इट्स अ रियलिटी, इट्स अ रियलिटी। चलिए हम लास्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। अच्छा, दो
अच्छा
लास्ट
ऐसे
है।
मैं एक मिनट एक अनाउंसमेंट कर दूं।
वो रैप अप करते हैं।
हाँ,
हम्म,
एक अनाउंसमेंट कर देता हूँ कि आफ्टर दिस स्पेस मैं ट्राई करूंगा नेक्स्ट 1 or 2 days में, या आईसी भाई भी ट्राई करेंगे टू राइट एन आर्टिकल समराइजिंग व्हाट वी हैव डिस्कस्ड, and I'll try to make it a nice article outlining the problems and the challenges both. So the causes and solutions both. Uh, वो मैं highlight करूंगा. So it's documented as well. And whoever wants, they can share as much as possible so it reaches everyone as a bullet point summary. I see. You think we can do it?
चल, आई विल वर्क विद यू यार। मैं
Yeah.
अंग्रेजी में बड़ा कमजोर हूँ, बट आई विल ट्राई।
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that
तू
for the
वर्ड प्ले में
community.
बहुत अच्छा है भाई। तू
हाँ तो
ट्रोलिंग
हाँ
करता है ना,
कर
तो
लेंगे,
तेरा वर्ड प्ले स्किल्स बहुत अच्छे हैं।
वर्ड प्ले करके कुछ कम्युनिटी के लिए कर लेंगे. Okay, let's quickly go to. I'll give you the last word, Vladimir ji. Anyways, तो आपके पास मैं लास्ट वर्ड में आऊंगा. लेट्स गो टू पंथोबी. पंथोबी.
नमस्ते, प्रणाम सबको मेरी तरफ से. मैं मणिपुर से हूँ और मेरी सारी बचपन वहीं पे गुजरी हुई है. और उस समय जब मणिपुर में पिक सेपरेटिस्ट मूवमेंट था, कुछ बहुत सारे मेरे पहले स्पीकर्स ने बहुत कुछ बोले और मैं कुछ दो चार ही ऐड करना चाहती हूँ अबाउट हिंदू. नंबर वन, हिंदुइज्म. हिंदुइज्म मणिपुर में 5th सेंचुरी से है. हिंदुइज्म मणिपुर के लिए कोई नया नहीं है. 5th सेंचुरी में इसको इनका देयर इज अ रिटर्न इन पुया. पुया मतलब जो पुराण हम लोग यहाँ बोलते हैं, वहां पे पुया बोलते हैं, द सैक्रेड स्क्रिप्ट जो बोलते हैं. एक राजा अपान करके उस समय पे हिंदुइज्म का वहां पे एलिमेंट्स मिला गया है. दूसरा, जो जिस राजा को जो बोले गए हैं कि जो राजा गरीब निवाज या मणिपुर में उसको पामहिवा बोलता है, उन्होंने 1709 में इन्होंने स्टेट मणिपुर में स्टेट हिंदुइज्म को स्टेट रिलीजन बनाया गया था. लेकिन उनके पिताजी खुद एक हिंदू है, ये मोस्ट ऑफ द यंगस्टर्स को पता नहीं है. एंड द हिंदुइज्म जो वहां पे फैलाया गया था, वहां मात्र एक ब्राह्मण की वजह से फैलाया गया था. द फोर्स वाज नेवर यूज ऑन देम. पहले राम और सीता जी, हनुमान जी, ये जो रामांदी सेक्ट है वो फैलाया गया था. बाद में गौड़िया वैष्णव आया राजा भाग्यचंद्र सिंह के पास. दैट इज अराउंड 1765 के बाद गौड़िया वैष्णव आया. एंड मणिपुरी लोग, कुछ लोग अपनाया, कुछ लोग नहीं अपनाया. जैसे कि हिंदुइज्म में यू हैव लॉट्स ऑफ चॉइसेस यू हैव. हाँ, कुछ एरियाज में राजा ने कुछ अपना फोर्सेस वगैरह यूज किया, तो उसमें कुछ मणिपुर के स्क्रिप्ट्स जलाया गया. उसको हम लोग पुया मैथावा मीन्स आग लगाना. जो हमारे कुछ स्क्रिप्ट है उसको आग लगा दिया गया था. Because Raja being in the power, he would have wanted everyone to follow it. But after that, उसके बावजूद बहुत सारे पुया बच गया. That means the Raja was not absolute in collecting all the puyas. और आज के तारीख में बहुत सारे पुया जो है आजकल मणिपुर में है, तो उसके चलते अभी बहुत सारे पुराने हमारे जो स्क्रिप्ट है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हमारा एक कैलेंडर है, दैट इज मलयाफम कैलेंडर. जैसे आपके विक्रम सावंत जो है अभी 2080 चल रहा है. ये हमारा मणिपुर का जो है, हमारा जो द ओल्डेस्ट जो कैलेंडर है, मलयाफम जो इरा बोलते हैं, वो चल रहा है अभी 3421. और ये मणिपुरी और विक्रम सावंत एकदम सेम है. और इससे भी एक जो बहुत सारे स्कॉलर्स ने और जो भी पढ़ाया गया मणिपुर यूनिवर्सिटी में इन द हिस्ट्रीज ऑफ मणिपुर, कि द मणिपुर वाज ऑलवेज इन टच विद द रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. इनफैक्ट ये बिजनेस जो सिल्क एरिया रूट के जो बिजनेस है, इसमें इट वाज ऑलरेडी देयर. लेकिन हिस्टोरियन जैसे रामचंद्र गुहा जो है, मिस्टर रामचंद्र गुहा, ही ऑलवेज ट्राई टू से कि नो, इट मणिपुर वाज नॉट दैट पार्ट ऑफ महाभारत मणिपुर, और इट वाज ऑलवेज आइसोलेटेड. मिस्टर रामचंद्र गुहा एंड अदर कुछ दो चार लोग जो इकोसिस्टम जो बनाते हैं इन लोग का, कि मणिपुर हैज बीन, ये बताया गया कि इट वाज ऑलवेज आइसोलेटेड. नो, इट वाज नेवर आइसोलेटेड. इनफैक्ट मणिपुर का जो रिवर है, मणिपुरी रिवर, जो वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट रिवर ऑफ द मणिपुर, उसको प्लोटेमी में उसका मेंशन किया हुआ है. दूसरा, मणिपुर में सबसे पहला जो आया था, जैसे बंगाल में सक्ता ग्रुप्स जो आए थे, सक्ता में सिवाइट सक्ता ग्रुप्स आए, और उसके बाद जो है आपका शिव पार्वती. सिमिलरली वी हैव इन मणिपुर, वी हैव दिस पांथुबी जो है, दैट इज द मदर गॉडेस, दुर्गा माँ का शक्ति रूपेण वहां माना जाता है. और दुर्गा पूजा के समय में आप मणिपुर में पांथुबी की पूजा होती है वहां पे. और ये जो कौब्रू जो है, जो कुछ हमारे स्पीकर्स ने बताया गया था, कौब्रू के ऊपर शिव और पार्वती का. एंड हमारा जो मैतेई का जो पूजा के हिसाब से पहले जो मणिपुर जो था, ये पानी के अंदर था. और ये धीरे धीरे जो है, इसको जब सूखने लगा, उस समय जब ये पानी में था, तो द ह्यूमन सेटलमेंट जो था, इट वाज ऑन द हिल्स, इन द हिल, कौब्रू के हिल के ऊपर, मतलब वहां पे रहते थे. इसीलिए कौब्रू जो है दैट इज अ वेरी सैक्रेड प्लेस, जैसे आपके अमरनाथ है वैसे मैतेई लोग के लिए। और मैं बचपन में वहां पे और अभी तक हर साल वहां पे मार्च अप्रैल में कौबरू में सब लोग जाते हैं दर्शन करने के लिए। हाँ, जो हिंदुइज्म जो बदल गया है, उन लोग वहां शिव जी और पार्वती जी से पूजा करने जाते हैं। और जो सनामही है, मीन्स जो हिंदू बनने से पहले जो सनामही करके जो हमारे जो रिलीजन है, वो एनिमिस्ट रिलीजन नहीं है। दैट इज एंटायरली बेस्ड ऑन द नासद्या सुक्ता ऑफ ऋग्वेदा। we have so many similar histories, the the stories in contemporary with the Hinduism, like आपके गणेश जी और कार्तिकेय जब शिव जी के जब चारों तरफ जो जाते हैं, उसी तरह से पाखंबा एंड जो सनामही जो है वो जाते हैं वहां पे। एंड वी से सोरारेन, सोरारेन मीन्स आसमान की तरह हम लोग बोलते हैं। वी हैव गॉड फॉर रेन, वी हैव फॉरेस्ट के लिए उमंग लाई, फॉरेस्ट के जो है वी हैव लोकल डेटीज। तो ये बहुत सारी सिमिलरिटी है। इनफैक्ट मेनी स्कॉलर्स हैव रिटन दैट इन मणिपुर द हिंदुइज्म डिड नॉट कम देम, इनफैक्ट इट इज द मैथेनाइजेशन ऑफ द हिंदुइज्म। एंड एज यूजुअल सनातनी हिंदुइज्म या सनातनी जो है, इट इज ऑलवेज एक्सक्लूसिव। जो भी आपके जो भी है आदिवासी लोग जो भी पूजा करते हैं, जो नेचर वर्शिप करते हैं वहां पे, these are also part of this सनातन धर्म और हिंदू धर्म। एंड somebody if somebody has read the Bhagavad Gita chapter 10 में लॉर्ड कृष्ण has entirely explained कि आप अगर आप पीपल को भी पूजा कर रहे हैं तो he is praying to लॉर्ड कृष्ण, he is also part of सनातन धर्म। इनफैक्ट मैतेई में एवरी हर घर के सामने में हम लोग सना खोंगनांग बोलते हैं। खोंगनांग मीन्स पीपल को। घर मणिपुरी के घर में जो गौड़िया वैष्णव है उसके जो है द्वार में एक तुलसी होगा, सबसे पहले तुलसी का पूजा होगा। अच्छा, एक स्पीकर ने बोला था कि हिंदुइज्म आने के बाद ये जो अनटचेबिलिटी और टचेबिलिटी आया, नो आई विल नॉट से एंटायरली ऑन द हिंदुइज्म, because in 1891 Manipur is the last state, princely state to join the British government. 1891 में जब मणिपुर ज्वाइन किया, ब्रिटिश ने सबसे पहले क्या किया कि इन्होंने राजा के पावर को कम कर दिया। उस समय हिल्स को दिया गया एक ब्रिटिशर्स को, एंड राजा को, जो राजा सारे मणिपुर के ऊपर जिनका पावर था, जो राजा हमारे राजा म्यांमार में बर्मा सो कॉल्ड बर्मा में जाके कौबो वैली में जाके वहां पे युद्ध करते थे, उस राजा का पावर सिर्फ वैली में लिमिट कर दिया। 1891 के बाद फिर 1891 से लेके 1904 तक एंटायरली मणिपुर वाज अंडर ब्रिटिश रूल। क्यों? क्योंकि एक 4 साल के राजा को उन्होंने गद्दी में बिठा दिया था। उसके बाद बहुत सारे लॉस चेंज किया गया, और उसमें सबसे पहले जो है इकोनॉमिक, हर घर में वैलीज में और हिल्स में सबके ऊपर टैक्स लगा दिया गया। और जो वार्ड जो वो उसके लिए 2.5 लाख, उस समय आप सोच सकते हैं 2.5 लाख हमारे राजा मणिपुर को देना पड़ा कि तुम लोगों ने ये वॉर शुरू किया था करके। उसके चलते ये जो कंसेक्यूटिव जो ईयर्स जो आया वहां पे, क्योंकि जो हिल्स में जो राजा जो टैक्स कलेक्ट करने के लिए जाते थे, एक आदमी को मिडिल मैन में रखते थे, उनको लंबूज बोलते थे। दिस लंबूज वे द पीपल जो जो ट्राइबल्स की भाषा समझ सकते थे, तो लंबूज उन लोगों से पैसा कलेक्ट करते थे। तो हिल मैन जो है ये लंबूज से जो है सोचने लगे कि यही हमारे ऊपर अत्याचार कर रहा है। द डिवीजन ऑफ द हिल्स एंड वैलीज वाज स्टार्टेड व्हेन Manipur became the part of British India. This has to be taught to each and every youngster. और जब 1947 में जब इंडिया इंडिपेंडेंट हो गए, उसमें ये सारे लॉज जो है इसको चेंज करना चाहिए था, इसको अमेंड करना चाहिए था, लेकिन एक कॉलोनियल जो रूल्स है उसको कैरी आउट करते गया। नंबर 2, जो आप जो कुकीज लोगों के लिए बोलते हैं, कुकीज पहली बार मणिपुर में आया है इन 1824, दैट इज द फर्स्ट एंग्लो बर्मीज वॉर पे। दे कुकीज जो है पहली बार वहां पे पता चला है। मतलब दे आर नॉट इंडिजिनस ऑफ मणिपुर, they are the resident of Manipur, they cannot be called indigenous of Manipur. Whereas Meiteis, we have the history of 3421, we written हमारे puyas है, so many puyas are there to support it. So Kuki cannot say indigenous. Yes, they were brought by the Britishers. जब इन लोग जो है बर्मा से जब British wanted to take over the Burma, and उस समय मणिपुर played a very important role. That is 1824 में, and 1824 के बाद consecutive कुकीज आते गए हिल्स में, और बहुत सारे हिस्टोरियन, जैसे एक द हिस्ट्री ऑफ मणिपुर बाय आर.के. जलजीत सिंह, उसमें अच्छे खासे नंबर्स के साथ बोला गया कि इस साल में इतना कुकीज लाया गया, उनको बसाया गया करके। यस, कुकी भाई लोग रह सकते हैं मणिपुर में, रहिए, आराम से रहिए, लेकिन हिस्ट्री को डिस्टॉर्ट नहीं करेंगे। नंबर 2, एसटी। मणिपुर को, मैतेई को एसटी क्यों जरूरत है? मैतेई लोगों को एसटी इसीलिए जरूरत है, अब हम लोग को सर्वाइवल के लिए। हम लोग ऑलरेडी कश्मीरी पंडित का स्थिति हम लोग हो चुका है हमारे साथ। आज जो है सो कॉल 9% जो वैली एरिया है वो हैबिटेबल इज जस्ट 6%, 6 to 6.5%। 6.5% जो है 50% पॉपुलेशन को सपोर्ट कर रहा है। तो आप समझ सकते हैं उस लैंड में कितना होगा। हमको लगता है कि दिल्ली से ज्यादा महंगा इम्फाल का मार्केट एरिया का जो लैंड प्राइस होगा। एंड हाउ मेनी पीपल कैन अफोर्ड दिस? एंड मैतेई लोग एसटी में नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट में कोई प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, तो कितने मैतेई लोग हैं जो जिसके घर में रेगुलर इनकम आता होगा? तो आप सोच सकते हैं वो मैतेई कितना जमीन अफोर्ड कर पाएगा, उसके बच्चे कैसे रह पाएंगे उस जगह पे। एसटी हम लोग को चाहिए। और नंबर 2, बिकॉज मोदी जी का लुक ईस्ट पॉलिसी, दैट मीन्स टोक्यो तक जो है बस मतलब जो है बाय रोड जाने का। मणिपुर से मंडले बस सर्विस शुरू किया हुआ है। एंड कुछ दिन पहले मिस्टर नितिन गडकरी ने ही सेड कि 40% ऑफ दिस लुक ईस्ट जो हमारे जो हाईवेज है ही हैज डेवलप्ड इट। और इसमें बांग्लादेश, म्यांमार और इंडिया, इनका ह्यूज बिजनेस है। एंड एवरीबडी मस्ट बी नोइंग, मोरे है, मोरे इज द लास्ट स्टेशन बिटवीन म्यांमार एंड मणिपुर। मोरे में ओपन मार्केट इज देयर, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट इज देयर। और मैं गई हुई हूँ वहां पे, और आपको वीजा नहीं जाना है, वीजा नहीं दे मतलब जरूरत नहीं है। आप घूमने के लिए सुबह आप एक अपना आई कार्ड दीजिए और शाम तक घूम घाम के आप आ जाइएगा। इतना मतलब वहां पे ये फैसिलिटी दिया गया है कि आप जो है उस कंट्री से आप मिलिए, उससे घूमिए फिरिए, आप जो है दोनों कंट्रीज में आप एक फ्रेंडशिप ये जो है ये मेंटेन करने के लिए। अब जो है ये जब ये आपका जब रोडवेज डेवलप कर जाएगा तो वन विल एक्सपेक्ट कि जो है आप उस जगह पे अर्बनाइजेशन और ज्यादा हो जाएगा, और ज्यादा अर्बनाइजेशन हो जाएगा। तो जो ऑलरेडी हमारे ऊपर जो स्ट्रेस है, हमारे लैंड के ऊपर इतना जो प्रेशर है, तब तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि कितना प्रॉब्लम होगा। नंबर 2, गवर्नमेंट में हमारा रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है। हम उस घर का मालिक हमको बोला गया है, लेकिन मेरा कोई पावर नहीं है। इन अ डेमोक्रेसी अभी भी सो मेनी पीपल आर सेइंग प्रेसिडेंट रूल लाइए, प्रेसिडेंट रूल। व्हेन द प्रेसिडेंट रूल इज ब्रॉट, द ऑर्डर्स, द लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली इज डिसॉल्व, तो फिर उनके सारे ऑर्डर्स, उनके सारे इंफॉर्मेशन कौन ले जाएगा? चीफ सेक्रेटरीज ले जाएगा। जब हमारे हम घर मेरा है लेकिन मेरे हाथ में कोई पावर नहीं है, तो फिर उस चीज का क्या मतलब? तो धीरे धीरे मेरे हाथ पांव कटते जाएंगे और एंड में क्या होगा? मैं विलुप्त हो जाऊंगी मैं। और मणिपुर इज ए वेरी स्मॉल। और मेरी हाथ जोड़ के मेरी विनती है सारे हिंदू भाई बहनों से, जिस तरह से क्रिश्चियन बॉडीज लोगों ने, हेलो मैम, आई ऑडिबल?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're audible. मैम बस ऊपर थोड़ा रैप अप कर दीजिए बिकॉज आई थिंक यू गॉट लॉट ऑफ वैलिड पॉइंट्स। हम आपको इफ यू कुड सेंड मी और ट्रोल
Sir,
अ डीएम बिकॉज
I'll
because
wonder with,
yeah,
I'll
because
wonder with,
let me complete because
हाँ,
we're planning to have another session, so we would
yes,
love to
yes, yes.
give you far more time than
हाँ,
what we have given today.
I'll wind up
Yeah,
with only within 1 minute.
sure.
London Times in editorial in 1857, please note it, 1857, लंदन टाइम्स में एडिटोरियल सेक्शन में लिखा गया था, द क्रिश्चियन माइंड ऑफ इंग्लैंड डिक्लेयर्स द रिलीजन ऑफ क्राइस्ट शैल बी डेवलप इन ऑल एंटायरिटी इन इंडिया, नो मैटर द मिलियंस हुज प्रेजुडिस इट मे शॉक। दिस वाज इन 1857 एंड 1825 में द गवर्नर जनरल जो था दैट वाज मिस्टर डेविड स्कॉट। और मिस्टर डेविड स्कॉट जो है गंभीर सिंह के साथ उस समय, दैट इज फर्स्ट एंग्लो बर्मिस वॉर, उस समय ही वाज इन कांटेक्ट। एंड उसी समय असम में असम का टी वॉज डेवलप एंड सारे जो डॉट्स है जो है आज जो हम लोग मणिपुर में जो देख रहे हैं ये 70 साल का नहीं है ये इनका बीज बहुत 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 सालों पहले वो किया गया था। बस हमारा गलती यही है कि 1947 में जब इंडिया आजाद हुए थे तो बहुत सारे कॉलोनियल रूल्स को चेंज करना चाहिए था, तो वो नहीं हो पाया। मेरी विनती है सारे हिंदू भाई बहनों से कि जिस तरह से क्रिश्चियन बॉडीज इनको हेल्प करने आए, क्योंकि हम लोग बहुत कम लोग हैं मणिपुर में, तो प्लीज हमारी मदद कीजिए। और नार्को टेररिज्म, इलीगल इमिग्रेंट, ये सब पॉलिटिशियंस है, बहुत बड़े बड़े फोर्स है इसमें। मैं तो बहुत छोटी सिटीजन हूँ। बस वोटिंग के दिन मेरा और मुकेश अंबानी का पावर सेम है, अदरवाइज 365 डेज में कुछ नहीं है। हम लोग एक हम यहाँ पे ट्विटर में एक रिट्वीट कर सकते हैं, लाइक कर सकते हैं, या वोट, बस वोटिंग के दिन हमारा पावर दिखाई देता है। मेरी मैं हाथ जोड़ के सबसे मैं विनती करती हूँ कि प्लीज मैतेई को बचाने में प्लीज आप लोग मदद करिए। जय हिंद।
Yeah, Indian, can I just make a quick comment on that?
एक सेकंड यार, मेरे को बोलना है कि कल
Yeah,
व्लादिमीर और एनसीबी एक स्पेस रखेंगे। आई थिंक यू शुड ज्वाइन देम एज वेल। संडे को वो रख रहे हैं, सो प्लीज ज्वाइन, उनको भी ज्वाइन कर देना। हाँ हाँ, इन इट प्लीज गो।
yeah, I
Yeah,
just wanted to make a quick
मैं
comment.
हाँ बोलिए।
Yeah, sorry, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to, the points that Panthobi made, that's a very, very relevant point, and it's an eye-opening for many of us. But what I wanted to suggest was that let's not limit this information to this group of people. Rather, you should write, and maybe we can facilitate to put up an article in one of the newspaper. I want to ensure that the information that we are sharing within this group, these are very, very important points, and I joined about half an hour back, and I want to ensure that this information is disseminated to the maximum. It should not be restricted to this group of people. So whoever, there were some speakers here I heard before. Please get in touch with us and let's work together. And that's how we can maximize the information, the truth, so that the narrative that is set out there can be corrected. Thanks.
So just a quick question, Isaac. If I have a lot of requests, if you guys want, give me a thumbs up if you want this space to continue for a while, so I can take more speakers, or you want to wrap up. Please
We'll have to wrap
show.
up. Yeah, we'll have to wrap up because what we can do is, Vladimir, can you paste the link for tomorrow's space, because we can continue.
Yeah, because it's
Let it
already been
continue tomorrow.
Tomorrow
for
I'll
4 hours.
try, but mostly I will be as a listener. But however, today I would recommend before closing listen to Jaljit ji, because the writer Panthabi ji was talking about, he is that. So he is also a very eminent person and he can talk to you about real world challenges. His organization is supporting a lot of things. So I would just recommend, forget me, listen to him. So thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I see. We'll continue for a while then. I'll bring out more speakers. So yeah. Okay. Let's extend it for a while. Okay. Let's hear to
I can't
Jaljit Singh.
add Dr. Saab Upar. What's wrong?
Yeah, I've added Dr. Saab. Yeah,
Yeah,
no worries.
I can't add.
Yeah, he's there.
So,
So yeah, Jaljit ji, please go ahead.
no, I think I it's good to hear everyone talking so passionately, and so I was just today. I thought I'd just listen. So, good evening to everyone. It's little late right now, but in the short, what I will just highlight out here is, I know Panthovi, my friend Navakishore spoke in detail, and all other speaker also. And I was joining on and off because I was also running other activities at the same time. Uh, I'll not like to dwell about what exactly is happening, what is the root cause. This is very evident by this stage right now. People have spoken about demography challenges, the challenges in Manipur, historical, the legacy, or the law which needs to be changed. All those things have been all valid right now. The only thing what I want to highlight out here is two things which, I am a part of Manipuri Meitei Association based out of Bangalore. We have been extending, all possible support to at least relieve some of those impacted people in Manipur. We were one of the first group to reach out to our impacted people in Manipur. Right now, more than 70,000 people in Manipur are homeless right now. And at the same time, just yesterday, I wanted to highlight about just yesterday, there are about 15 families who have become completely helpless and hopeless in Bangalore because they were one of the impacted people in Manipur. Their house has been burned. We were supporting them in by providing certain financial assistance. And there was one a lady from More whose entire family and there is an burned and there is an casualty in their family also. They were the one we were supporting them here in Bangalore. And apart from that, whatever the relief camp, what people have been talking about in Manipur, honestly speaking, our volunteers are on ground working very closely with multiple relief camp activities, reaching from home to home. On ground, situation is really bad. The government might be saying they have sanctioned 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, but on ground nothing has been happening in terms of providing the basic needs. This is something I wanted to call out, which many may know or many may not be focusing because right now the focus and the stress is on somewhere else right now. But yes, I want to also bring about the humanitarian touch, whether it's anybody, but there are people have lost their sanity at this stage right now. So this is something where we are trying to at least pitch in some area where we can make some difference to a small family. That is one area which I wanted to call out. And one of the biggest concern here is those people who are living in relief camp. They cannot sustain any longer. People have started committing suicide. This is about, and people who are living in relief camp are all Maitais. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Unfortunately, those are the impacted people whose house had been burned in all the hill foot area, and they don't have access to their land, and they don't have access to their farm. They don't have access to their, livelihoods. So there are two reports where one have committed suicide, one attempted suicide. This is the reality because they can't bear this pain anymore. So this is something with this monsoon and post monsoon, we see a huge possibility of pandemic outbreak. So not just from the killing of the militants, but there are possibility of a pandemic outbreak, which can also lead to significant impact in the livelihood from both mental point and also from health point, which people might living will not become a living at this stage. This is something what we have seen. We have also seen people delivering in the relief camp without any basic nutritions. So that is the area where we are also trying to pitch in. And at the same time, we were able to successfully connect with Art of Living. They were very, very supportive of some of the initiative we have taken. One of the messages which we got from Sri Sri Ravi Shankar is, as long as there is in the in our policy, you cannot bring peace. That is a message which Sri Ravi Shankar said. You cannot have a discriminatory policy and at the same time you talk about restoring sustainable peace. So this is something where they were also able to pitch in to reconstruct a society, to reconstruct a sustainable model. One of the messages what we felt good about was it's not just about providing food, it's also providing people who are dislodged from More or Chwachampu, they should have an access to the land and provide a sustainable working model. And if there is a requirement, even for the government, they should do that. That is a long term which we are thinking. So my only prayer, without talking about the genesis of this crisis, which we have discussed in series of space, I have been appealing to people from all the communities. It's a very very high time where innocents are being suffering. It's the people who are losing life are all innocents itself, and most of the time people are misguided. People are, so this is a very, very sad state. So we also want to support, both for fighting this legal system for the impacted people. So legal justice has two sense. One is who is accountable for this massacre, who is accountable for this violence. Now, I come from a corporate background. One mistake in a speech or one mistake in your project, you're accountable for that. Now, who is accountable for these losses of hundreds of lives? Somebody has to be made accountable for it, and whoever it is. So that is why we need justice for those impacted people, and we are working very closely with the legal team to whatever level, and also to make some course corrections where are the gaps happening. No matter how you might be shouting or having those rally, but at the end of the day, if you are able to bring justice to legal system, we still have trust. We still have trust in our democracy, in our legal justice. That is one last hope we are, banking on to bring those course corrections, be it in terms of making our border stronger, be it in terms of suspending or de-arming those militants, be it in terms of rehabilitation or independent investigations. So this is the one area where we are trying to focus, and for all this purpose, trying to bring justice for those 70,000 people. We have been working closely with our legal team. So that is where we all need support from our brothers to disseminate, the plight of those the only Maitai in the northeastern international border area, the only Hindu, I would say that. So that is what I wanted to highlight. We all need your support, your whether it's a big or small. I have also shared the details of MMAB. Whoever wants to connect or contribute for the well-being of this impacted people or for the cause of humanity, you may feel free to reach out or even make those small contributions. That's the least I hope you all can do. I've been working very closely with Aditya and my other friends from various state countries. Some of might hear, I would have connected. So with that, I'll just like to appeal for your support, and I'll just like to close that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now I'll go to the next speaker, but before that, I heard two things. One is the Kuki tribe appealing to the government of Israel, and they submitting a memorandum to United Nations as well. So if someone wants to pick this topic up and explain to the listeners that what it is about and what are the basis for their appeal, what are their points in brief, if we can hear that. Let's go to Kaito first. Kaito.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been waiting for last 2 3 hours to just give me a chance to speak for a few minutes. Thank you very much for this platform. And I will just take quick 3 minutes because the points which I am going to cover, which were not covered by previous speakers, and the thanks to all the speakers, those who have covered all the important parameters and important topics. From my side, what I want to cover is 3 points, 3 important points. We are going back to the history, and I am referring to a map, British map of 1912. In this British map, the settlement areas of different tribes in Manipur is described and is mentioned here. On this map, I think this is part of the book written by one British. Is part of the title of the book is called the Lusai Cookie Clans by Lieutenant Colonel John Shakespeare. It was published in 1912. So there you will find the map where it shows the all tribe settlement areas in Manipur. But this particular crisis right now we are facing is from a very brute force from a small group called Hawkips and Kipjans, and these were the subclans called Thado. And those days, I think only in that document, Hawkip Kipjan was mentioned. And these people were settled at the periphery of Indian border as well as the Myanmar and the northern part of, you can say, Myanmar. In this, the on the something somewhere near Kachin areas. There, it is clearly mentioned that is a scattered area. And as per this map of British, there is no other place where we find the settlement of this Haukip and the Kipjan. These are the people which are very, very aggressive and they're using the brute force and culminating to the current situation. And the all tribes like Chiru, Kom, Aimol, Lamkang, then Purum, and the other like Thangal, then Maring. These are all tribes already you will find in the Royal Chronicle of Saitharan Kumaba for centuries. And but this particular tribe, the Haukip and the Kipjans, and as per the British, they were mentioned only two clans. Now, at present, this tribe, the Thado, they have 8 clans, including Hansing, Chongloi, and the Tauthang. We don't know how this clan became from 2 clans to 8 clans. There is another part. And there is just one story. And going back a little bit back, and there is one more history written by one British called Mac Kaluch. Kaluch, I don't know how to pronounce that. And it was in 1859. There you will find the who are the indigenous tribes of Manipur. It was published in 1859. This William McCulloch was a political agent in Manipur from 1837 to 62. There you will find the indigenous tribes of Manipur. Why I'm referring is these are the clues where you can find the truths. And now coming back to the migration pattern. Migration pattern as per our analysis, as per our what do you call the discussion and all the data and all the dots we connected, the from the political perspective, the human migration from Myanmar to India happen in different waves at different times. So I'm just cutting short. Let's start looking at the migration pattern that happened after the 888 uprising in Myanmar, 1988. 888, what means that August 8, 1988. So after this 888 uprising, the first wave of illegal immigrants enter in Manipur, which was unaccounted, ignored, hidden. I don't know, God knows why it was happened. Then after that, the second wave of migration from Myanmar happened and entered into Manipur after the military coup in Myanmar in February 2021. This is was recent, you can say, major events that I just noted down. The micro events I am not covering now. And then this after military coup in 2021, this is the second wave. Again, the number of migrants entered, it was unaccounted, unregistered, and again the same attitude of negligence from the government side. Again, the third wave recently happened last year from November to December in 2022. After the military strike, the air strike by the military junta, which targeted the People Defense Force and the Chin National Army headquarters at Victoria Camp and so on and so forth. This military junta targeted and started a crackdown with air support on ethnic rebel groups across Myanmar. So after this, due to this, so many Chincookis, they were on run and crossed to Manipur southern side, mostly in More area. Along with them, many PDF recruits, new recruits came. These People Defense Force entered into Indian border, and they were got sheltered by the Kuki National Army and Kuki National Organization inside Indian territory without any due legal process and without any papers. They were provided arms training in KNO and camps at Hanai and the Howland Phai area. It is very close to the More town. And by doing this, why they are doing this? Because this PDF people are in the safer place. They don't directly come under the airstrikes of the military junta jets and the helicopters anymore. There is the reason why they enter to India and the shelter by this KNO and the KNA. This is one perspective. These people are under the SU. All everybody knows that. And then my other previous speaker already mentioned about the disrespectful behavior and attitude towards the mighty religious sacred sites like Kobru and the Tanjung that has been happening for last 4 or 5 years. That has created a lot of sentimental hurt, and that make us the Meiteis angry, and we have already warned them that not to repeat that. Such things are created a fault line wider between these Meiteis and the cookies. They, even though they realize it that these things hurt Meitei sentiments, still they continue to use the brute force because of their hidden agenda and the dreamland homeland. That's why they did not listen and give a heed to whatever the Meitei said, and they exploited the loopholes of Indian electoral system as well as Indian democratic system completely. They have exploited. The newcomers were trained and given four trump cards. One is the minority card, and one is the tribal card. One is the what is the minority, and one is the human rights. Those things were trained, and their songs were out for the newcomers that whenever they enter to India, and if they come under any, you can say, kind of surveillance harassment they feel, they have to play these cards. One is tribal minority, as well as you can say the human rights. They will start crying and playing these cards, whatever, from time to time. This has been trend to them, the new entrants. This is the point this I wanted to make. And the one more last point I wanted to make: why this Haukip and Kipgen combined and the other. And we all know that in Manipur, the Khongzais were part and parcel of Manipur's history. They were very part of the Manipur history, and they have been there very since long time. And then like Maring and the Chothe, this new arrival like Haukip and Kipgen, they started, using brute force to include these smaller and older tribes to be part of their agenda, and they under the you call pseudo name called Cookie. This tribe, they are saying, and they are saying, having a press release saying that we want to remain as a Com, we want to remain as a Porum, we want to remain as a Maring as before. These statements are coming out and they are releasing to the local daily papers. It indicates that these certain people coming from Myanmar, and they have no root in Manipur. They are using the money power and as well as muscle power as well as gun power to suppress and to suppress the voice and hijack the voice of the old tribes, those who are in a very less number. But that's why they have created a very pseudo name like cookies and whatever, and they started doing all this the fake narratives and everything. So, and the one last point is, why should Indians waste our taxpayers money to pay the Sioux militant groups? They are paid stipend every month. So why should we continue wasting our taxpayers money to pay these Sioux militants engaging in anti-India activities which are threatening to Indian national security as well as national integrity? That's all from my side. Thank you very much for time given to me.
Thank you, Kaita. Let's hear from Nabkishore. Yeah, and Navkishore, if you want to take my previous questions as well,
Yes.
if you know something about it, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I think this is quite interesting space. I think many of times I could not participate in the previous spaces, but today I could see lots of energy as well as lots of our Métis fellows who has a rich knowledge. I think we were never connected with them. I think basically I always said that this violence, which basically, though it's unfortunate, but it made the Métis a new beginning. Métis were quite, we were isolated. we didn't talk each other. I think this is sort of like opportunity. And okay, so coming to the question, I think I will not take much time. Thank you so much. So this, they're approaching Israel because they're playing that card that they are uh, lost tribe, B'nai Manasseh, that is the lost tribe. So they are actually knocking the door to get the international what is that called, sympathy, and also at the same time they're playing the Christian card, they're playing Jewish card, whatever it's possible. They also mentioned now that one of their Jewish temple also burnt. Okay, so if they are so much playing this Christian card, then why they are also, there were also Metis Christians in Churchandpur, and one Metis church also burned down by them. 160 Metis Christian house were also burned. Okay, so unfortunately, the Metis, we don't have that much resource, we don't have money, we don't have, so that's why we cannot really fight to that international level. But honestly speaking, the violence was started by them. So we believe that the truth will prevail, and the justice will follow on its own course. The only thing is that we are worried that the manipulations will not come. And just the fellow, our one of the brother Kaito, he mentioned that they sue things. Yes, it's very unfortunate. Can this happen in Punjab? Like for example, there is some outfits who wants to do something, um, and then a person from leader from Canada, uh, will India government of central government of India will sign with the ceasefire? Definitely not. But why they have done with the T. Guite, Jedare chairman, who is a Myanmar national? How come he signed it? So, uh, yeah, sorry, how come the central government has signed with the foreign national who was the elected MP? And this is a fact. You just search. I actually, it's complicated to pronounce his first name. And the second point, our fellow Kaito mentioned that there are so many cookie tribes now. Okay, there are so many sub tribes. They have expanded, and that's what I have been saying in the beginning. Now there is a new tribe who is basically nothing to do with the cookie community called Chore. So now they are dragging this community that, oh brother, you are part of our community. Now let's connect, and let's have our bigger dream of cookie land. So this is basically they're the trick. They do this kind of trick, and particularly this community is really, I don't know, troublemaker. And that's why probably in the beginning our ICG was a bit skeptical when I was started telling all these things, because we are really frustrated, and we want solution. Miti were just a scapegoat. I mean, if they are against the claim of our ST demand, then why they have not protested in another manner? Why they have not challenged in the, there is a national commission of travel, if the Miti is not qualified, then they should go there. But this is just a means they used for their to realize their political aspiration. So uh, uh, we really don't know how to stop this their propaganda. Just now one of my friend called from Arunachal Pradesh. While talking to it, I was silent for some time. So he called me that just stop, these people have playing again the Christian card. They have approached in Arunachal. There is a Christian community in Arunachal, and now actually Arunachal is very rich people there, because they have lots of money. So they started giving huge amount of donation. So all these things. So it's very unfortunate. I think I just want to finish here, thanking all the host and co-host, and let us create another space. I'll be busy till the Thursday, and after that I'll have some time, because right now I'm fighting another cause that is in Assam. Here, Metis is also affected due to the delimitation. So I've joined for this cause in Assam. So the our pains are not stopped. So that's the thing. So please keep supporting us. And this is, I think, this violence is going to for a long time, because now it's more turned to a civil war, and we definitely don't want this president rule to be there, because our fellow speaker have already mentioned that They have a strong footholds of this in their the bureaucrats domain. So thank you once again from my side. Bye bye.
Thank you, Navkishore ji. And let's go to Dr. Sab. Dr. Sab, last time you couldn't finish. You want to say something? And Adityanath, I want to give you the last one, last go. So you will have uninterrupted time. So yeah, I want you to speak at last. So Dr. Sab, you want to say something?
Yeah,
Dr. Sanjay ji,
जी
जी
या
जी जी
जी मैंने पहले कहा था एक पड़ेगा कि 70 सालों तक हिंदुस्तान की सरकारों ने कोल भारत है ये बताया नहीं है, जिसका फायदा अलग अलग तरीकों से मिशनरियों ने लिया। हमारा बेसिकली धर्मांतरण को विरोध नहीं था, के साथ राष्ट्रांतरण जब होता है, जैसा मैंने मेघालय के बारे में बताया था, और इसीलिए हमें मणिपुर के बारे में भी बहुत गंभीरता से सोचना पड़ेगा। कुछ लोगों ने वहां पर हिंदू जड़ों के बारे में बताया था। मैं सब लोगों को ये क्लियर करना चाहता हूं कि सिर्फ मणिपुर, चाहे वो ब्रह्म हो या चाहे उसके पार का इंडोनेशिया हो, फिलीपींस हो, थाईलैंड हो, आप लोग ध्यान में रखो, विश्व में सबसे रामलीला आज भी इंडोनेशिया में होती है, या विष्णु का सबसे बड़ा त्योहार कुआलालंपुर थाईलैंड में होता है, या वहां के राजा और रानी को आज भी सीता कहा जाता है। इसलिए ये कोई 5वीं सदी या 10वीं सदी की बात नहीं है, ये लाखों सालों का रिश्ता है, और हिंदुस्तान के हर राज्य में, जापान के पास के कोरिया तक हिंदू संस्कृति पहुंची हुई है। मणिपुर के विषय में फिर से सबको बताना चाहता हूं कि हम सबको जरूरत है, मैथई के साथ में हम सब खड़े रहेंगे। कुकी सशस्त्र अगर गिरोह बनाते हैं, आतंकवाद करते हैं और वो हटाने का प्रयास करते हैं, हिंदुस्तान के हिंदू, विश्व भर के हिंदू मैथई के साथ स्ट्रांगली खड़े रहेंगे और अपेक्षा करेंगे कि वो मैथई के संरक्षण की पुरजोर व्यवस्था करे। अगर वे किसी भी इंटरनेशनल प्रेशर में आते हैं तो हमें भी अपना प्रेशर अप्लाई करना पड़ेगा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 7 सिस्टर 7 राज्यों में विकास के और सभी काम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार में पहली बार हुए थे, और उसके बाद में 2014 के बाद बेहतरीन प्रारंभ है। लेकिन मणिपुर के विषय में हम सबकी जैसी अपेक्षा है, वैसा क्लियर और बहुत अच्छे से अपेक्षा के अनुरूप नहीं दिख रहा है। ऑल्दो खुद होम मिनिस्टर वहां पर जाकर आए हैं, हम सबको आवाहन करते हैं कि हम सब मैत्री के साथ खड़े रहेंगे, और जो क्रिश्चियन आतंकवादी संगठन बना रहे हैं, टेररिज्म कर रहे हैं, सशस्त्र मर्डर्स कर रहे हैं, उनको रोकने के लिए हमारे देश की कानून व्यवस्थाओं को काम करना पड़ेगा, और जितनी हमारी ताकत है उतना हम सब लोग भी मैथिली हिंदुओं के साथ खड़ा रहेंगे। मैं सचमुच में इंडियन ट्रॉल लवर और आप सभी का, यानी मैं सोसाइटी और आईसी बंधु का बहुत आभारी हूँ। आपने एक बहुत अच्छे विषय पर स्पेस रखा है। शायद समय कम हो पड़ रहा है आज, कृपया इसे कंटिन्यू जरूर करें। बाद में मैं विस्तृत बात आपके साथ करूंगा। ने बहुत डिटेल बात रखी है, इस स्पेस का यह यश है,
अरे
और
अरे
हम सब
देख
चाहते
डॉक्टर
हैं कि ये
साहब,
कंटिन्यूएशन।
देख डॉक्टर साहब, ये 4.5 घंटे से चल रही है समय की नहीं है।
4.5 नहीं, वो भी 5 घंटे ऑलमोस्ट हो गए हैं।
5 घंटे हो गए हैं, नहीं। बट मुझे लग रहा है कि इसको बाय पार्ट्स करना पड़ेगा हमें, टू बी फेयर इनफ, क्योंकि हम शुरू में करते थे पूरे हफ्ते, इंडियन मैं और आई थिंक लाला 2-3 लोग करते थे, आप आए थे काफी बारी, उसमें भी बहुत बड़ी बड़ी स्पेसेस जाती थी। बट फिर व्लादिमीर करने लग गया तो हम डिलिबरेटली इसलिए नहीं कर रहे थे, वी डोंट वांट टू कट इनटू समबडीज ट्रैफिक। फिर भी व्लादिमीर ने किया, पर अब काफी दिनों के बाद हमने वापस करी, क्योंकि वी माइट बी एबल टू इन्फ्लुएंस न्यूअर ट्रैफिक, इसलिए करी थी। काफी अच्छी हुई है, बट आई थिंक वील कंटिन्यू डूइंग दिस, इसको व्लादिमीर के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके, ताकि वी हैव अ बिगर स्पेस,
Yeah,
ताकि ज्यादा लोग आ सके।
exactly.
हाँ,
And before I hand over the mic to Vladimir, let's give a big hand to all the people who are there on ground or who are fighting, and people like Nabkishore ji, Vladimir, who are actually making a difference. So let's hear from yes, Vladimir ji, please.
मैं थोड़ा अलग विषय पे बोलूँगा, आप लोग कहीं विषय पे बोले, मैं बस क्लोजिंग पॉइंट पे बोलूँगा आगे का रोड मैप क्या होना चाहिए। और उसके पहले आईसी जी, आप लोग रोज़ पेस लगवाइए, जितना लगवाइए, मैं बिज़ी रहूँ, मैं लिसनर पे बैठूँगा, मेरा ट्रैफिक कट जाए, ज़ीरो हो जाए, कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, मुझे बस लोगों पे पहुँचना है। मैं तो उल्टा ये बोलूँगा यहाँ पे कि मैतेई लोग और नॉन मैतेई लोग, आप लोग सभी अपने आप को एक दूसरे को फॉलो करें, खुद स्ट्रॉन्ग बने। सबसे पहला सॉल्यूशन यही है आगे के कि आपके नंबर्स बढ़ना चाहिए, आपकी इन्फ्लुएंस बढ़ना चाहिए। मणिपुर के बाहर जितने लोगों तक हो सके आवाज़ पहुंचाइए, गिव इट अ पर्सनल टच। और सिस्टमैटिक फंडिंग तो आपको ज़रूरत है ही, वो हम लोग रेगुलर बात कर रहे हैं। सिस्टमैटिक फंडिंग विथ कॉमन गोल्स अंडर एन अम्ब्रेला, और जिसको आप लोग टारगेट करोगे, व्हेन यू आर फ्यू इन नंबर, you concentrate your strength at selected places and take maximum advantage of that, फिर आगे बढ़िए। तो ऐसे सिलेक्टेड स्पेसेस जो स्ट्रेटेजिक इंपॉर्टेंस है वहाँ से टारगेट कीजिए, उससे ज़्यादा और आगे बोलने का रिकॉर्डेड स्पेस में मतलब नहीं बनता। तो यही है, तो आपके दो ही मेजर अभी गोल है, एक है रिसोर्सेज और दूसरा है फंड्स, जैसे आप भी समझ रहे हो मैं भी समझ रहा हूँ, तो यही बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट विषय है। और दूसरा बात है, मैं तो चाहता हूँ आप लोग सभी लोग मैती लोगों में से स्किल डेवलप करना, ओरेटरी स्किल, बोलना, आप अपना बात अच्छे से रख पाए, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। आप लोग प्रैक्टिस, मेरा स्पेस तो रेगुलर रहेगा, एनसीबी जी का रहेगा, उस पर आप लोग, इसीलिए हम लोग इनकरेज करते हैं कि आप आके बात कीजिए, आप अपने आवाज़ उठाइए, क्योंकि वो स्किल जितना रहेगा आप नए नए लोग जोड़ पाओगे। आपके बात का इम्पैक्ट मेरे से ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि आप स्वयं भुगत रहे हो ये बात। और ये फाइनली मेरा यही बात रहेगा कि आगे ये तो आपको रिसोर्सेज और ये लाना ही है, और आपके कम्युनिटी को स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ाना है। आप देखिए, आपके सेल्फ डिफेंस के लिए बेटर वीडीएफ्स या कुर्ग गन लॉज, बहुत सारे लीगल प्रोविजंस जैसे जिनके ड्राफ्ट अनुराग दीक्षित जी भी बनाए हैं, आप लोग कांटेक्ट कीजिए ऐसे। आपके कहीं बड़े एमिनेंट एडवोकेट, उनके कांटेक्ट भी मैं जलजीत जी, नवकिशोर जी आपको भेज दूंगा। और नवकिशोर जी, आप यूएन का बात कर रहे थे, आपकी यूरोपियन एक मेंबर्स के एक ग्रुप यूएन को एक्चुअली अप्रोच कर रहे हैं। एक बार ये लोग चेष्टा किए, यूएन रिजेक्ट किए, पर ये लोग सारे टेस्टिमोनीज गैदर कर रहे हैं, मेरा भी काफ़ी सारे टेस्टिमोनीज है उनके पास विक्टिम्स का, तो मैं उनके कांटेक्ट आपको भेज दूंगा। अगर आपको यूएन से रिलेटेड कुछ करना या बोलना है तो वो लोग ऑलरेडी एक्सपीरियंस है, तो शायद आपका काम आसान हो जाए स्टेट को प्रेशर करने में। तो मेन बात यही है, आपके सोसाइटी में जितने मेंबर्स हैं, एक दूसरे के से वेल कांटेक्ट रखिए, कोऑर्डिनेटेड रहिए। उसके बाद आप लोग धीरे धीरे चेष्टा कीजिए कि सारे लेवल्स पे, इन एंड आउट ऑफ सोशल मीडिया, भारत के लोगों को आप अपने बात समझाएं, सब जगह पे जितना हो सके, यूज़ योर नंबर्स टू द मैक्सिमम। तो वही मैं इतना बोलूँगा, इसी से आपका धीरे धीरे सिचुएशन ही बेटर होगा, क्योंकि फास्ट बेटर होने का जो जो रास्ता है वो ऑलरेडी बंद है। तो वहीं पेशेंस आपको रखना पड़ेगा, सिस्टमेटिक फंडिंग रखना पड़ेगा, कॉरपोरेट और मतलब बेस कॉरपोरेट ही बोलूँगा, बेसिक डिसिप्लिन स्ट्रक्चर की तरह आपको ये रहना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ये दिस इज़ अ डिकेड्स लॉन्ग प्रोसेस, ये जल्दी कुछ होने वाला है नहीं, क्योंकि इस पे आपका इतिहास सुधारने का बात है, इस पे आपका बेसिक एजुकेशन स्ट्रक्चर, हेल्थ केयर स्ट्रक्चर बदलने का बात है, इस पे आपका डेवलपमेंट का बात है, इस पे आपका कनेक्टिविटी का बात है, इस पे आपका सोच बदलने का बात है। तो वो सब धीरे धीरे ही होगा। बस मैं इतना ही बोलूँगा कि आप लोग एडुकेटेड हो, अच्छे बात है। आपका एक और जिम्मेदारी बनता है कि आप लोग गांव के लोगों को बीच बीच में 2-3 महीने बाद, अभी ना हो, जाइए वहाँ पे, उन लोगों को बेसिक्स समझाइए। आपकी ईमा लोग, मायरा पाइबी लोग, आपके गांव के लोग, इन लोगों को बेसिक्स बात समझाइए कि उनके साथ हो क्या रहा है, क्योंकि रिसोर्सेज या मटेरियल्स ना पहुँचे तो उनके मानसिक हालत ऐसे हो रहा है, इतना प्रेशर फॉर दिस मच लॉन्ग टाइम, कि उनसे गलतियाँ हो रहा है, इम्पल्स में उनसे बहुत सारे गलतियाँ हो रहा है, जिसका फ़ायदा बहुत गलत तरीके से आपके पूरा कम्युनिटी को पेंट किया जा रहा है। इसका एक ही इलाज है, उनका मदद करना, उनको समझाना। तो आशा करता हूँ आपके इंटेलेक्चुअल्स, आपके कॉलेज प्रोफेसर्स, बाकी बिमल जी को छोड़ के बाकी लोग भी इस पे भी थोड़ा ध्यान देंगे, क्योंकि एक चीज़ जानिएगा, गाड़ी का स्पीड उसका स्लोवेस्ट पहिया से ही होता है, अगर मल्टी व्हीलर व्हीकल हो तो इसीलिए